Is an alert for people waiting for the beginning of our session. Due to some weather-related travel issues, we are going to delay the start of this executive session to allow members who are grappling with snow squalls to arrive safely. So stay tuned. What is happening here? We have a executive schedule, a session scheduled for 9 o'clock, but the weather has prevented a couple of our members from arriving promptly. Although Representative Partial made it, thankfully. Representative Ploget seems to be our only.
Here he comes.
Ah, here he comes. We will begin shortly. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee on New Hampshire Senator Jean Shaheen's birthday. Happy birthday, Senator. We'll begin our session today with an exec session, and then we'll follow that with some public hearings on 4 separate bills, which we will describe in more detail later on. But we'll start our meeting, as is our custom, by asking you to all rise and join Representative Tony Kaplan as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So we will begin our meeting this morning with an executive session on 3 bills. And then we'll follow that with public hearings starting at 10 o'clock. So first up, I'm going to open an executive session on House Bill 95-FN, requiring the New Hampshire Electric Co-op to regularly file a certificate of deregulation with the Public Utilities Commission. And I'm going to recognize Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Ploget.
I'd like to second House Bill 95.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ITL for House Bill 95FN. Discussion, Representative Nodder.
Yes, the New England Electric Cooperative is owned by the members. The ones who use the utility are the ones who own the utility. They're not for profit. They're a true democracy. So if such a measure was going to be made, it should be made by the members of the utility. To be deregulated would mean that the PUC would have to get involved and then hire additional staff, and that the cost would have to be recouped by the ratepayers. The estimated cost is over $600,000. So we should ITL this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comment? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understood Representative Wendy Thomas's intent in this bill not to be a requirement that the co-op become re-regulated, but rather that it was, I understood her bill to be more of a sort of a good government bill that would have required the co-op to sort of recertify itself, to restate and update the reasons that they should stay unregulated on a regular basis. And I even looked at it as sort of a reason and a vehicle for the New Hampshire Co-op to publish a report for all in the state to see, including the other utilities and this committee and the public, how and why they were able to do things so well for their members. So, I'll be voting against the motion of ITL.
Further discussion? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. New Hampshire requires a certificate of deregulation or regulation for the co-op. The reason I filed this bill is I think it's good governance to update a required document more than every quarter of a century. And it's been 24 years since this last document was updated. Furthermore, all of the testimony, including the introduction to this motion, talked about the price of going to regulation. I was under the impression that the members were very happy with the way the co-op was being run right now. And the fact that there is so much concern that the members might vote for regulation has raised flags for me. And I think that that makes this bill even more important. Thank you.
Further discussion? As a co-op member, I will add my voice to this debate and suggest that we, the members of the co-op, are the ones who should determine how the co-op is run. That's what a member-owned organization does. And we don't need to be scrutinized by outside influences or outside entities. So I think that ITL is the only way to go with this bill, to respect the wishes of the members of the co-op. Any further discussion? Representative McGee.
I'll just chime in because I think there are differing opinions all throughout the committee. After hearing the testimony that we heard, I'm not inclined to push this forward for my personally, and I certainly do understand the position of my colleagues on my side. I understand that the position of the co-op is fairly unique in our energy system, and that their deregulated status is well understood, and their nonprofit status is, other than CP, CNH coming in, it was a unique status for a very long time. And so while I think it is not a bad idea to have regular renewals, I think their status is pretty well understood. And so their position really is that it's redundant for them to say we're deregulated, because the whole premise of the way they're incorporated is that they're deregulated. They're not a regulated utility. So I'm probably going to vote for the ITL, because I'm not sure that that it's going to be, that it's, I'll just leave it there.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. I second it as a member. Things got brought up in testimony and here in executive session. I attended the last meeting that was mentioned, and Mr. Crease got involved in that by making suggestions. I attended that meeting. I saw difference of opinions from members and the board. It was handled civilly. Workers, members, we were all there. It was handled like any other business. Went on. We have another board of directors because of the resignations. And one other thing, the petitions. There have been petitions. When members are disgruntled, it does not take that many members, I'm not sure what the count is right today, to put in a petition to deregulate if the memberships so feels. In 25 years, there has not been a petition that I know of that met the minimum requirements of signatures. So I will be voting my second to ITL. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Thomas. Doug
Thank
Thomas.
you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to add my concurrence that I plan to vote for ITL based on the evidence that we heard and the fact that if I'm using an old military colloquialism, it seems like the co-op has functioned as designed. They had meetings, they had members that voiced their opinion, and the process indicates that members still want to be unregulated, and to have the legislature involved in mandating a periodic review, which is timely and can cost some, seems redundant and not in the faith of the way the co-op is run by its member board. So for those reasons, I support ITL.
Further discussion, Representative Corman.
Thank you. I actually will be voting for the motion. I understand the concept behind the bill and I appreciate it, but we heard during testimony that members can actually revisit deregulation during the annual election each year. So if there really is a move to regulate, members do have that power. So I'll be voting for the motion.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for HB 95-FN.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Thomas,
No.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
Yes.
Okay. 15-3.
Okay, by a vote of 15-3, the motion to ITL HB 95-FN is adopted. Representative Nodder will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
Yes. By Representative Thomas.
Representative Wendy Thomas will write the minority report. And that report will be due by 7 a.m. tomorrow morning.
It's in your inbox.
Oh, okay, thank you. All right, with that, we'll close the exec session on House Bill 95-FN and move immediately to open an exec session on House Bill 189, defining clean energy and the Department of Energy's 10-year state energy strategy to include new technology, small-scale nuclear energy, renewable energy, and fuel diversity, and removing references to the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board. And the chair recognizes Vice Chair Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion to adopt Amendment 2025-0105H. And I'll wait to speak to the amendment. for a
Chair
second.
recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt Amendment 2025-0105H, a copy of which each of us has before us. And I recognize Chair Thomas to discuss this, Vice Chair Thomas to discuss this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you heard during the public hearing yesterday, there was some discussion, and I said I would entertain discussion on some changes to my bill, which we looked into, and this amendment incorporates the intent of that discussion by adding low greenhouse gas emitting sources as part of clean energy definition, including nuclear and other renewable sources. I believe that covers the intent of the concerns of how we define clean energy. Therefore, with that definition, the second part of the amendment to place the word clean energy and diversified fuels under the 10-year strategy plan holds and would go back up to the overall definition for clean energy. And one thing that we forgot to mention during public hearing, but was explicitly stated, this also covers a housekeeping rule to eliminate the reference to the Easy Board, which is now defunct. So that's just a housekeeping measure as well.
Discussion on the amendment, Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this amendment is different from the one that we saw yesterday. And this one says clean energy means low greenhouse gas emitting sources, not zero greenhouse gas emitting sources. And I'm concerned about the lack of definition of what is low greenhouse gas emitting. Does that include natural gas, for example? And it's undefined. So, what does it mean to be low greenhouse gas emitting? So I'm not in favor of this amendment as written. The one that we got yesterday, I actually would have voted for, but this one I can't vote for because it's, I think, not clearly defined, and I don't consider natural gas to be clean energy. I think of it as less dirty energy, but I don't think of it as clean energy.
Further discussion. Representative Bernardi.
Yeah, I think the rationale for using the word low versus no is because things like windmills have diesel or gas engines on board in order to start them from a dead stop when the wind isn't blowing and then starts picking up. So they are not zero emitting. They emit a certain amount of greenhouse gas. So unless we're going to get into real semantics on what low versus no means, this is probably the best alternative.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was a result of the discussion we had yesterday and trying to entertain the concerns at the time. My intent for this change was the fact that we didn't really mention hydrogen. And so it was the hydrogen is what we were thinking of when we went to low emission sources. So in our efforts to make sure we incorporated that type of potential fuel is why we came up with this definition.
Further discussion. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for accommodating me in the discussion that I thought the original language wasn't broad enough to capture our intent of defining clean energy for the state of New Hampshire. What I wanted to say about this particular language is similar to what's been said already. What I had asked for yesterday was that clean energy, the term clean energy, be defined as non-greenhouse gas emitting sources. And non-greenhouse gas emitting sources is it's a nomenclature that's used in many statutes around the country. Non-greenhouse gas emitting sources means that they don't create emissions by their use, right? So that doesn't mean that, in the example that Representative Bernardi gave, there may be still some dependencies on fossil fuels for aspects of production, but when they're actually in use producing the energy they produce, they don't emit. And so it is very important that we get the language right, because there are many other statutes that will refer back to what are we talking about, our renewable energy credits and the people, the types of resources that we have now that depend on those. I feel like first do no harm, so I think we should get this right. And if this amendment doesn't satisfy that, because it's now including low greenhouse gas emitting sources as clean, which changes the definition completely for even the reason that we would have a clean energy definition. So I think it doesn't do what it is we were asking it to do. And the whole reason I brought up the fact that I didn't think it met the intent was that I wanted us to get it right. So again, what I had mentioned was non-greenhouse gas emitting sources, because it's a well-defined term that people understand what's included in that, and nuclear is included in that. So most of the clean energy standards that you see being adopted around the country refer to non-greenhouse gas emitting sources. So that's what I think it should be.
Further discussion. Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Wind and solar cannot be manufactured without the use of fossil fuels. There's coal plants going up every month, every week in China to make these components. Wind and solar cannot replace fossil fuel, but nuclear can, and nuclear is net zero. So I support the amendment. Oh, also interesting to note that in the state of Ohio, they include natural gas in their definition of clean energy. That'll never happen here, but still interesting to note.
Representative Swanson had a comment.
Thank you. Representative Bernardi had a good point. If there are generators that are needed to start the windmills, but ultimately, I feel like, and good point as far as yes, I do believe that that nuclear, solar, and wind can potentially replace fossil fuel in the future. It will take a bit of a transition, but I feel that the low greenhouse gas term is just too vague, and so this shouldn't be supported.
Any additional comment? Representative Harrington.
Just to clarify, the same issue applies with nuclear, except on a much larger scale. When a nuclear plant is starting up, they generally will use grid supplied power, which in New England is about 50% natural gas. And it's a substantial amount of power because you have to heat up the plant to operating temperature by running the reactor coolant pump. And so they do use in cause emission of fossil fuels, just so people are aware of that.
Additional comment, Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add that being here, two things. Being here in the term 2010-2012, natural gas was being pushed by both sides of the legislature as clean energy back then. Granted, a lot's changed over the last 13, 14 years, but that was actually being pushed to be spread more throughout New Hampshire. Now, as far as clean energy, I'd like to go back to last term where we had actually a bill on green that kind of ties to this with the green hydrogen. And while green hydrogen was being pushed in the bill, we kind of came to a consensus, bipartisan, I believe, that all types of hydrogen, whether it be green, purple, or gray, would be thought it would be efficient as long as you'd be able to produce it into a hydrogen base. Then you get zero. So you'd have to start out with, again, a low base to get to, it's kind of like the windmill example that Representative Bernardi used. You have to use a low base carbon to be able to get to the zero base hydrogen that devices or equipment and implement would use. So therefore, I do see the wording for low and maybe defining it a certain way to meet certain expectations on the development. But yeah, I agree with the amendment as written. Thanks.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Going back to Representative Doug Thomas and Representative Summers, the hydrogen, green hydrogen, when it is used, it combusts into water vapor, which is the most absorbing of the three greenhouse gases, methane and CO2. So if we're planning to look into hydrogen, we need a low emission natural CO2.
Thank you. Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Try to be brief here. Dependencies for manufacturing or perhaps startup are well known and are commonly understood. We live in a world today largely powered by fossil fuels. That's not in debate. But this is a bill in which we are the point of this bill is to define clean energy. So the last thing we ought to be doing is passing an amendment in a bill that attempts to define clean energy, but yet includes another term, now low greenhouse gas emitting, in which there apparently are widely, even among this discussion we're having, differing interpretations of what low emitting means. I want to go back to what Representative McGee said about the term non-greenhouse gas emitting being a commonly used term to refer to the sources of energy that when they are operating, the conversion that they're doing of energy is non-emitting. And so we should be using non-greenhouse gas emitting, not low.
A widely used term that's not correct would be problematic, I would think. We need to move along, so Representative Kaplan gets the last word here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, it seems like we want to have a tighter definition of what greenhouse gas or what greenhouse gas or non-greenhouse gas emitting sources would be. And from this discussion, it seems clear that that would, you know, for our purposes, it would mean non-greenhouse gas emitting during operational times and of low duration in the atmosphere. Because, yeah, water vapor is a greenhouse gas, but it lasts such a little time that it actually has no impact on, you know, on the warming, which is what we're concerned about. So, I mean, that would be a simple, if we want to be really precise, that would be a very simple amendment. We could say non-greenhouse gas emitting during operational times and of low duration in the atmosphere.
All right, I think we can, I think we've all had a chance to state our position on this. So I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of amendment 0105H. And based on the discussion, I think we should do a roll call. So I had discussed with the clerk the possibility of adopting this amendment with a show of hands, and he did not prepare a roll call sheet as a result. So it's going to take him a minute to get established here.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
No.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
No.
Representative Thomas,
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Reynolds,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
No.
Representative Swanson,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-8.
So the amendment is adopted by a vote of 10-8. Chair now recognizes Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion for HB 189 as amended, OTPA.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we adopt the motion of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 189. Do we need any further discussion on this? I think we all know how we feel about it. Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll then on the question of ought to pass
Mr.
as
Chair, I
amended.
just deferred to Tom because he had his hand up. He was
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Tom. Did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a quick comment, which is I'll be voting against the motion of OTPA because I don't care for this amendment. As I said before, had we been voting on yesterday's amendment, I actually would have voted for the bill as amended, but I will be voting against the bill with the amendment that just passed.
Okay, with that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 189.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
no.
Representative Partial,
No.
Representative Kaplan,
No.
Representative Thomas,
No.
Representative Corman,
No.
Representative Reynolds,
No.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
No.
11-7. Oh, Representative, excuse me, Chairman Bose,
I vote yes, thank you.
11-7.
So by a vote of 11 to 7, the committee adopts the resolution of ought to pass as amended on House Bill HB 189. Representative Vice Chair Thomas will write the majority report. Will there be a minority report?
There will be, and I'll be writing it.
Representative McGee will write the minority report, and I need that by 7 a.m. tomorrow, please. And with that, we will close the exec session on House Bill 189 and immediately open an exec session on House Bill 627. And I will make a motion of ought to pass on House Bill 627 and recognize Representative Mattson.
I'd like to second it.
Representative Mattson seconds the motion. So it has been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 627 to be worthy of the motion of ought to pass. As I stated yesterday when I introduced this bill, this is enabling legislation that allows the PUC to designate cell phone carriers to be purveyors of lifeline services. This bill will significantly assist low-income Granite Staters as they try to access these lifeline services, which can include telemedicine and easier ways to contact health providers. It can provide internet service where people might not be able to afford internet service on their own. So this is quality legislation that's been adopted widely across the country, and I think it's time for New Hampshire to join the rest of the states who have determined that this is valuable legislation for the less fortunate members of our society. Further comments on this bill? Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was actually the only Democratic co-sponsor on the bill, and I agree with the intent here. These days, a lot of people don't have landlines, might not have access to good internet, but they might have cell phones with some cell phone access. And I think this is pretty reasonable. I was a little surprised that we got very little public input on this. We had no signups on the blue sheet either way, and I looked online and it was 1 for and 1 against. So not a lot of public input.
Any other comments? Representative Reynolds.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Less a comment more than a question for you. Do you think, is there anything that goes along with the Lifeline designation that the PUC may confer that might help in places where cell phone coverage is spotty and they have trouble sighting antennas? For example, like somebody's going to be relying on their cell phone for a lifeline, but they live in an area where the coverage isn't very good. That's might be a problem. So, like there's places on the seacoast where they can't seem to get a tower in because there's local opposition to a tower. And yet, if people are relying on their cell phone to call and they have a heart attack, so I'm hoping, that this will help.
Sounds like an opportunity for another bill, maybe next year. Further comments? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. During testimony, I had heard someone, and I didn't write down who said it, but if it ain't broke, which this apparently isn't, then don't fix it. So I would like some clarification of why this move is important if it seems to be working right now. And I would like that from you, the sponsor, please.
Well, as I said in my opening remarks here, this is enabling legislation. And it's very likely that the kind of people who could benefit from the Lifeline services, that the expansion of Lifeline service capability that this bill would provide, don't even know that Lifeline services exist. But they may find out about it at some point and may be distressed to discover that they can't access those services if all they have is a cell phone. They don't own a computer or have the ability to connect to the internet or have a landline. So I would disagree with your characterization of this of the existing system as being not broke. I would say it is broke if some people can't take advantage of Lifeline services. Any further discussion? Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be voting in favor of the OTP motion. I just want to add that it was my understanding anyway that Lifeline services are not the same thing as 911. 911 is a totally different program which is available all the time on mobile phones or landline phones. My understanding is that Lifeline services could incorporate things for even the handicapped, like closed caption when it comes across their screen or things of that nature. So this is a different program, and if this bill enhances the ability to assign a carrier for it, then I'm all for that.
Additional comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the motion of ought to pass for House Bill 627.
Vice Chair Thomas,
Yes?
Representative Nodder,
Yes.
Representative Harrington,
Yes.
Representative Brezhny,
Yes.
Representative Bernardi, yes. Representative Ploget,
Yes.
Representative Summers,
Yes.
Representative Matson,
Yes.
Representative Schneller,
Yes.
Representative McGee,
Yes.
Representative Partial,
Yes.
Representative Kaplan,
Yes.
Representative Thomas,
Yes.
Representative Corman,
Yes.
Representative Reynolds,
Yes.
Representative La Rochelle,
Yes.
Representative Swanson,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
18-0.
By a vote of 18-0, the committee adopts the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 627. Without objection, we'll put this on the consent calendar. No objection, so it goes on consent, and I, of course, will write the committee report. So with that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 627. And that wraps up our executive session work for this morning. So we have a break of approximately 15 minutes before we start our public hearing activity. So we'll see you once again at 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock, and it's time to start our public hearing this morning and into the afternoon. The bill on the docket right now is HB 504, relative to the state energy policy. And I would like to welcome Representative Chairman Michael Vose to speak on its behalf and intro the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and good morning once again to members of the committee. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, I represent Rockingham 5, the town of Epping, and I'm here to introduce this morning House Bill 504. This bill was the policy of the House last term. It was passed by the House by 16 votes. And when it got to the Senate rejected the first part of the bill and passed the second part of the bill, which starts on line 24. It says, "2, loss of in-state electrical generation capacity." And the reason I resubmitted this bill is because I think it's important for New Hampshire energy policy to emphasize affordability and reliability, and also to try to insulate and protect the ratepayers and the citizens of New Hampshire from the intrusion of policies that we don't necessarily agree with from our neighbors to the north, south, east, and west. So what this bill does, and I'm not going to go through it line by line because, as I said, we passed this bill last year, so it's pretty well understood by most members of this committee. But essentially just puts into statute some important principles that we need to pay very close attention to. It is our responsibility as members of the legislature to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens. And one of the ways we can do that is to make sure that they have affordable, reliable, and secure energy resources. And that's what this bill does. It puts into statute the principles and ideas that will allow us as a state to seek out energy resources that are affordable and reliable. I am open to the idea that maybe some of the language in this bill could be improved. And I've already talked to some folks who have some suggested improvements to make. And so likely when we bring this bill to executive session, we will offer some wording changes that will make it an even better bill than it was when it passed the House last year. So with that introduction, Mr. Vice Chair, I'd be happy to take questions from the committee.
Questions? Representative Kerman. I keep getting mixed up with the
Thank you,
gas
Mr.
stove.
Vice Chair. I'm going to have to work with you on how to pronounce my name.
I keep getting you mixed up with the Coleman gas stove. I don't know.
Think of Harvey Korman from the Carol Burnett Show. Spelled differently, but pronounced the same. Or Roger Corman, the movie director. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my question. When I look at the bill, I'm looking at page 1, line 7, which talks about without preference toward technology type, and then line 13, allowing market forces, and line 16 and 17, according to market principles. And I think about how our governor talked about having an all of the above energy strategy. And it seems like all of this is consistent with what our governor has said. On the other hand, our governor has said, and we actually have a pending House concurrent resolution prohibiting offshore wind. So that seems to be at odds with saying that there's without preference toward technology type and relying solely on market forces. And I'm wondering, is there a way to reconcile these two notions?
Yes, I believe there is, because the major emphasis of this legislation is affordability and reliability. And offshore wind cannot provide energy that's affordable or energy that's reliable. Now, offshore wind might be part of the energy mix if it can be shown to be affordable and reliable, if it ever gets to that point. Currently, it's far from that point, but if it ever gets to that point, then certainly it could be part of the mix. And there will probably be additional language added to this bill at amendment time to emphasize that fuel diversity is a value that we hold, that energy policy should seriously consider. So I think the affordability reliability question reconciles with the technology neutral aspect of energy policy, in that, yeah, we don't care what it is as long as it's affordable and reliable.
Follow up?
Oh,
Thank you. So I can't disagree that wind currently is not very favored in the market, and you know, the wind does not always blow. That's certainly true. On the other hand, given that there is a possibility of an HCR about prohibiting offshore wind, I am concerned about that conflicting with this statement about without preference toward technology type. We would have an HCR that conflicts with something that could be in statute. And I'm just wondering how to reconcile those two things. When you say that,
is your
we
question
can't-
coming up here?
well, yeah, just wondering how to reconcile that. When we say that we can't have offshore wind, but then we say without preference, it seems like those two things are at odds. And I'm just wondering, can those be reconciled in language?
Well, the answer to that question would be maybe. We haven't heard HCR 2 or 4, I forget what the number of the resolution is. We haven't heard that. We haven't decided whether that will even pass. So I don't see that it's necessary for us to reconcile that at this point in time. But even if the resolution were to pass, it's non-binding. It's a resolution.
Representative Bernardi.
Just to add a little frosting to that cake, this bill talks about all technologies being considered, and so windmills per se are not disfavored. The location of windmills is the issue at hand, and because the offshore nature of them creates far more of a greater reliability and cost concern than potentially land-based windmills.
Was that a question?
No, it's a comment too.
Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was here for the version of this that we had in the last biennium, and I was also on the subcommittee where we agreed that we would maintain 37837, which this bill repeals and replaces. And I wanted to offer to my colleagues who are not familiar with the basically the definition of New Hampshire's energy policy that exists. It's quite brief, but it's also comprehensive in that it lists all the things we're talking about, but it does it in a more elegant way. It says New Hampshire energy policy, the general court declares that it shall be the energy policy of the state to meet the energy needs of the citizens and businesses of the state at the lowest reasonable cost while providing for reliability and diversity of energy sources, to maximize the use of cost-effective energy efficiency and other demand-side resources, and to protect the safety and health of the citizens, the physical environment of the state, and the future supplies of resources with consideration of the financial stability of the state's utilities. So it really is an all-encompassing, very simple, single paragraph. And all of these sections would overwrite this paragraph so that the effort that was made to keep it comprehensive but very simple so that anyone could just read the state's energy policy and understand that it included all those things
Representative, is there a question coming there?
Well, I'm trying to provide context that other members don't have for the many, 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 many conversations that led to this bill being defeated last time. So what I'm trying to say is we should think about whether we want to be repealing, and I think it was rejected by the Senate last time. So I will ask the chair, what is it that you think is an improvement in the language that you're providing in section 1, A through F, that is an improvement over that very simple paragraph, which covers all of the things that you're stating about reliability and affordability?
Well, I think the difference is that this version of a state energy policy would place the emphasis on affordability and reliability, which is where it needs to be, not just mention it in passing, as the existing language does. I think it's important for us to recognize that when I go out and talk to constituents about electricity service, they do complain to some degree about the price and the cost of electricity, but mostly what they complain about is power outages, loss of electricity, electrical power. That's a reliability issue. And so we have to design and policy to protect the reliability of the supply of electricity. And there are other things that we'd like to do over and above that, but the bottom line is we've got to make it reliable and affordable too, but we need to emphasize that in our state energy policy.
Can I follow up?
Before I allow follow-up, I'd like to make a comment that I've allowed some latitude, but we do need, when we question the testifier, we do need to be direct and answer the question and not a dissertation leading to a potential question. So please be brief with your question so he can ask a question in the terms of he may have to answer to give the information that you're looking for. Go ahead with the follow-up.
Thank you. Yes, I just had a simple question. So how does the bill emphasize or improve the reliability of energy for the state of New Hampshire? What we have.
Well, the language of the bill says on line 7 that, well, lines 6, 7, and 8, that the state will promote the development of resources to achieve the purpose of this chapter without preference toward technology type, with an emphasis on reliable, on-demand, and firm resources. That is the definition of electricity that's always there. And that's the definition of reliable. And that's a key component that we continually seem to lose sight of when we try to manipulate and add to our existing energy system ways to create energy that are not reliable and that degrade the entire system's reliability. So we need to make sure we don't do that because that's not what people want.
Representative Kaplan?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you, Representative Vos, Mr. Chair, for coming in and representing your bill. The statute that you're seeking to replace on energy policy includes affordability and reliability, and but it also includes other factors that this bill would sacrifice, would just drop, including the human health, including the environment, and so my question is, why do you need to sacrifice those elements in order to emphasize affordability and reliability? Why can't we have a balanced approach, which is what I think the state ought to be pursuing? That's just my 2 cents.
Well, I don't think it does sacrifice those elements. It just places the emphasis where I feel that it needs to be. And this language was vetted by this committee and the House last year and judged to be worthy of passage. And so while I don't think that this language couldn't be even better, and there may be some opportunities to make it better, I think this language does what we need to do to indicate in state energy policy what really is the crux of the issue.
Representative Swanson.
Would you say that, and I've given the example before at my home, frequent power outages. And as far as reliability goes, they had nothing to do with the source of energy. And if you have the proper mix of sources of energy and a well-managed system, you should be able to get reliability. But we didn't have reliability. The problem with reliability is infrastructure. And that's where the focus needs to be at. Are you interpreting reliability to be that the source of energy has to be always on?
Yes, that is the crux of the issue. The North American Reliability Corporation, in its last 3 yearly assessments of the reliability of our national grid, they have said that the encroachment of intermittent renewable energy sources onto the grid and the premature retirement of non-intermittent sources is jeopardizing the reliability of the grid. And it calls out in its report specific sections of the country that are particularly vulnerable, and the Northeast is always at the top of their list. So, yes, the problem with renewable energy is that its intermittency and its lack of backup resources requires that it be overbuilt, which makes it expensive, but doesn't solve the reliability issue. So if we prefer renewable resources over non-renewable resources, we get ourselves into a reliability crunch. And that is slowly happening, and we need to take steps to make sure that we arrest that development.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Given the presentations that we had over the last couple of weeks, just really were illustrating what we all know about the regional grid, in which, of which New Hampshire is a small part. And the fact that all of the generation assets that lie within the state of New Hampshire, the geographic boundaries of New Hampshire, are part of that grid, and yet they don't, there's no particular authority or physical relationship.
Representative, are you thinking of a question?
Yeah, I am. I have one. There, thanks. I said, given this and given that, I want to know what you mean by what you're contemplating by the state's energy independence. I mean, we're interdependent in a grid. And in fact, with 6 other states, because of interconnection to New York, to Quebec, the notion of New Hampshire's energy independence. I'm asking what you mean by that.
It's a good question and an important question, because as I indicated in the answer to my last question, we are subject here in New Hampshire to the activities of our neighbors, surrounding states, surrounding regions, the rest of the country even to some degree. And we need to put in place, whenever possible, tools, resources that enable us to do what we can to protect the reliability of our own resources when they are threatened by the lack of reliability of resources around us. So by energy independence, I'm talking about giving our state government tools to resist, whenever it can, the encroachment of policies from surrounding states or other parts of the country that may negatively impact the reliability of our grid, of the state's resources.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Chairman Bose, for that. My follow-up is, though, would refer to the entire, Roman numeral part 2 of the bill. Again, that these generation assets, while they may reside within the state of New Hampshire, they are private assets and they operate in the regional market. And there's always a lot of talk here about wanting the market to guide, the mix of resources and prices and all of it. And yet you seem to contemplate, the state taking action, and, the word defend a private entity. It just seems a lot. I guess I'm asking, what are you trying to get at here? You're going to see the state swinging into action to sue the federal government over should a generation asset within the state of New Hampshire become infeasible in the market. We're going to go to bat for it in court.
Yes, exactly. You may not recall from the debate on this bill last year, but this portion of the statute from line 24 through to the end is already in statute. The Senate did approve and the governor did sign that language into law. So this is existing state law. Why it's part of this bill is you'll have to ask OLS about that. That was not what I submitted to OLS, but this is what came back from OLS. So the point of that section 2 from line 24 on is to give a generator who is being forced into premature closure or retirement by policies that probably did not originate in New Hampshire, allows the generator to approach the Department of Energy and possibly even eventually the Department of Justice to help it defend itself from that premature closure.
Okay, I think we can move on now. Thank you so much for a good testimony. I would like to next call on Catherine Corkery from the Sierra Club New Hampshire chapter. Ms. Corkery.
Thank you. My name's Catherine Corkery. I represent the New Hampshire chapter of the Sierra Club. It is a pleasure to be before this committee, and I am urging the committee to vote ITL on this bill. As we heard from the lead sponsor, this bill was introduced last year, and the chapter opposed the language then because it is confusing, it's contradictory, and it does not in any way address volatile energy bills. First, as we heard, section Roman 2, I think it is already in statute. It's really confusing to repeat statute. And that section is, because it's in the bill now, is really problematic, as we heard from Representative Reynolds. It is, it imagines a fictional scofflaw power plant that would ask and use the power of the sovereignty of the state to defend its illegal action. And it also, as a contradiction, speaks of market forces. How it provides private utilities and power generators the sovereignty of the state. Does that sound like a market force? That's really far from market forces. And if you continue, it also allows funding from the Legislative Fiscal Committee to allow DOJ or Department of Energy to conduct these actions. So you as a citizen will be paying DOJ to defend a scofflaw power plant. That's what this bill says. Secondly, this grouping of statute is called Part Electric Utility Integrated Distribution Planning. Why is this here? This has nothing to do with the distribution planning. This is about regulating or deregulating power plants. We're also, there's also, to add to the confusion, undefined terms. What is a firm resource? I don't know what that is. It sounds a little mysterious to me. And what is affordable? Affordability is subjective. What is in the Federal Power Act, what is in the current regulations at the PUC is just and reasonable. That is the bar now. And it is known and useful and defendable. So, and lastly, this bill is really unenforceable. How do you enforce this? It doesn't have anything to do to lower energy bills for Granite Staters. And I would like to remind this committee that federal laws have improved our air and water quality here in New Hampshire and across the United States. We know mercury comes from power plants, and there's a whole life cycle of mercury. And when it emits from the smokestack, it interacts with the atmosphere, and because it is a metal, it's heavy. And so it deposits onto our land and into our water bodies. And when it gets into the water bodies, then it gets into the food cycle. And the food cycle gets into us when we eat fish because it bioaccumulates. That means it builds up in the bodies of fish. And the things like us that eat fish then accumulate the mercury. And wildlife is not excluded from this. Loons. Who loves loons? I love loons. Loons will build up that mercury and lead and other contaminants. And the Clean Air Act and the Clean Water Act has helped us lower those impacts. Investing, rather, I think it was Representative Swanson, investing in our local economy to upgrade our energy infrastructure is time well spent. It is an essential strategy to protect our public safety, to protect our public health, and cut down on the future costs of outdated, inefficient technologies. So I support efforts to upgrade our energy infrastructure with cleaner, safer, healthier energy sources that can be paired with battery storage to make it more reliable. And I think wasting your valuable time on this bill is misdirected and does a disservice to your constituents who are struggling with unreasonable energy rates. I ask you to oppose HB 504. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Corkery? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The one part I heard that stuck out to me that you stated was the fact that this bill would be unenforceable. And looking at section Roman numeral 2, I see the Department of Energy all the way through this, whereas I see the Department of Energy shall open an investigatory docket to determine how such an involuntary retirement or decommissioning would affect the reliability and affordability of the state's energy resources. And then secondly, the Department of Energy and the Department of Justice may seek funding from the Legislative Fiscal Committee to conduct any actions described within the RSA. So this looks like an enforcement to me. How would you see it as not?
They're not, I would argue, I appreciate the question. I would argue that they're not enforcing the law. They're enforcing this so-called involuntary retirement. This fictional power plant that is no longer following the law, it allows them to claim that it's involuntary. And this is not enforcement. This is about directing. You're directing the department to do that.
Further questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Corkery, for coming in today. On the point of enforcement, I tend to agree with you that I would love to see a legal case where the state of New Hampshire goes up against the EPA to enforce to claim its sovereign rights to the energy coming from a private generator that's being sold onto a regional grid. But I don't want to talk about that. I wanted to ask you about your membership and your sense of how they would feel about a state energy policy that would sacrifice human health and the physical environment in the sake of emphasizing so-called affordability.
Thank you for the question. Our membership, we have about 15,000 members and supporters in the state. They're very concerned with the lack of diversity of energy and the lack of energy choice. What did we hear yesterday? $20 million sitting over at DOE, not being implemented as the law in New Hampshire allows, or the PUC, pardon me. My members are very upset about that. And my members are not happy about the pollution coming for a long time until 1996, unmitigated in our state. This is mercury, lead, dioxin, sulfur, soot. These are very dangerous pollutants to humans and make matters worse for people with pre-existing conditions. So yes, that is definitely what we care about. Thank you.
Additional questions for Ms. Corkery?
I know
Seeing
you have
none?
limited time. So
Thank you. Representative McGee has a
I
question.
was kind of waiting. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Corkery, for taking my question. You were talking a bit about the nature of the enforcement and all that. And it sounds to me as though the bill is trying to get us to a place where we have some way to intercede if we see a plant that we think provides reliability, needs to be kept online. But the way it works with the regional grid, isn't it true that the ISO New England is responsible for reliability? So wouldn't the state be able to go directly to them if somebody was going to go offline about what the plans were to try and, provide reliability going forward and replace the plant with whatever else it's going to be?
Thank you for the question. And I am no expert, but I have lots of opinions and lots of background. But I think the reliability question and being on the list, the top of the list of being unreliable, is really a question for ISO New England. This is, and New Hampshire in particular has the least amount of solar and battery storage and weatherization and energy efficiency. How could it be, or let me pose the question, is it because we have so little solar and paired with batteries, so little weatherization, and even less energy efficiency programs? Maybe that's what's making us unreliable.
Ms. Corkery, could you just answer the question and not engage in a dialogue back and forth?
I can end now, so bye.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up, we're going to hear the perspective of the Granite State Hydropower Association, and Ms. Heidi Kroll will give us her perspective.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Heidi Kroll. I work at J. Grimbalis Strategic Solutions, and I'm here today on behalf of the Granite State Hydropower Association. I signed in neutral. I was happy to hear the prime sponsor's comments when presenting the bill about perhaps including some language around diversity. So that was our one concern, was that the current energy policy that we have on the books mentions diversity, and this draft does not. I think it was, perhaps an oversight, and we just think that diversity does play an important role in these other aspects that are being discussed around, affordability, reliability, security, independence, and health and safety as well. So I'll be very brief. I'm happy to take questions, but I'm happy to continue to assist with the committee as you look at potential amendments.
Your ideas and input is always appreciated, so thank you. Questions for Ms. Kroll? Seeing none, thank you. We'll
Thank
turn
you.
next to Meredith Hatfield, representing the Nature Conservancy. Good morning and welcome back.
Good morning. Meredith Hatfield for the Nature Conservancy, and written testimony. Pull this closer. Thank you. Written testimony is circulating. I will also try to be brief. We would urge you to oppose this bill, find it inexpedient to legislate for the reasons that I won't read in our letter. Perhaps the most important thing I've provided to you is the current law, and thank you to Representative McGee for reading it. We think that that section, New Hampshire Energy Policy in RSA 37837, which has been on the books since 1990, is an elegant expression of how New Hampshire has approached energy issues, really trying to have it all, frankly, trying to balance public health, safety, our environment, as well as our need for affordable, reliable energy. As has been mentioned, this bill was considered last year and was rejected by the Senate, except for that one section 2 that that actually is on the books. We really think this takes us in the wrong direction. We agree with Ms. Kroll from the Granite State Hydro Association that fuel diversity is really key to reliability, and that putting all of our eggs in one basket really isn't smart, and increasing our dependence on imported fossil fuels actually doesn't increase New Hampshire's energy independence, and really allowing smaller, cleaner, more local energy sources to continue to thrive, which they've been doing for a number of years in New Hampshire, is really the course that we should stay on. very pleased to hear Chairman Vosa's openness to perhaps considering some changes to his language, because we again agree with Ms. Kroll that it's extremely important that we continue to recognize the real value that some of our, frankly, intermittent resources provide here in New Hampshire, including small hydro, but also other clean energy sources that people are using to actually increase their own reliability and to weather the storm, if you will. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Hatfield? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Hatfield, for taking my question. As you were speaking, the thought that came into my mind was fuel diversity and costs. People are looking for ways to lower their energy costs, and they're asking us to help them with that. And so I know you have a long history with New Hampshire and demand side efforts. Can you say something about what the role that demand side plays and also fuel diversity and costs, how they play into sort of this bill, if this bill would have any effect on that by not including something like fuel diversity as a priority for the state?
Yes, thank you for the question.
Sorry for the long.
I'll certainly try. So the language in our current New Hampshire energy policy, which is on the first page of our letter, but also is included in the attachment, the fact that it says to maximize the use of cost-effective energy efficiency and other demand-side resources really has been helpful and important at the Public Utilities Commission, for example, in trying to figure out what is the cheapest way to meet our energy needs as a state. And you heard yesterday on a different bill, that the meaning of cost-effective efficiency is that the kilowatt hour of efficiency is cheaper than the kilowatt hour of supply. And so continuing to allow customers to take advantage of energy efficiency when it's cheaper than supply just makes so much sense. Environment aside, although, there are significant environmental benefits as well, but it's just better for customers. And as you mentioned, I do have a long history, and they say once a consumer advocate, always a consumer advocate, so I can't help but raise that. Similarly, on the fuel diversity side, in your financial portfolio, you would not invest all of your money in one company, right? I mean, that just is pretty broadly, I think, considered that would be imprudent. The same would be true. Same is true for energy. Diversifying our mix and allowing people to take advantage of new technology is helpful for all of us.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Hatfield, for being here. I realize you wear many hats, one of which is a lawyer, so I'd like to ask you a lawyer question. This is on page 2, lines 6 and 7, where it says, any act or omission by a state agency inconsistent with this section shall not form the basis of any civil suit, including but not limited to those seeking equitable relief or claiming damages. That, to me, and I am not a lawyer, seems to set up a horrifying situation for public health in New Hampshire. Could you please explain the implications of those actions if we pass them?
I'm not sure I can, because as you say, there could be many, but I actually didn't focus very much on Section 2 of this bill because it's already in law. That was the one part of House Bill 1623 last year that did pass the Senate, was signed into law and went into effect on October 1st of last year. But I think, you raised some good questions, that could implicate some of our state agencies. So hopefully they're thinking about that if they have to implement this law, that those are things they would have to consider.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions for Ms. Hatfield, I want to thank you for testifying. Representative Summers, you need to turn off your microphone when you're not using it. Thank you. Okay, next up is Nick Krakoff from the Conservation Law Foundation.
Hey, good morning. Hello again. I'm Nick Krakoff with the Conservation Law Foundation. I'm here to testify in opposition to HB 504. So my first concern is that ostensibly the bill would make its state energy policy to be technologically neutral. But then the bill places an emphasis on reliable, on-demand, and firm resources. And based on the chief sponsor, Mr. Chairman's testimony, this would mean it would deliberately favor certain resources, i.e., fossil fuels, over other resources. And so that's kind of just inconsistent, those two concepts. And then the bill also assumes that affordable, reliable, and secure resources, they're better for the health, safety, and welfare of the state. But it ignores the health impacts of traditional fuels like fossil fuels, which contribute to asthma and other respiratory illnesses for our citizens. And, one thing I want to point out is that I think the language there could hinder the state's eventual adoption of small nuclear reactor technologies, as SMRs are currently too expensive to be commercially viable. And so, placing all the emphasis on affordability could mean that we don't, try to prioritize SMRs over the next few years. Finally, as has been mentioned, fuel diversity, as already provided under the current state energy policy, it results in many benefits for the state. First off, renewable energy can be developed within the state, which reduces our dependence on energy that's sourced from other countries, other regions of the country. And fuel diversity also makes us less dependent on fuels with very volatile prices. And so, we saw really high energy prices 2 winters ago following the war in Ukraine. That was in large part due to the volatility of fossil fuel prices then. And so studies have shown that more offshore wind would actually reduce our exposure to resources with volatile prices like that. But this bill would deprioritize any efforts to achieve fuel diversity in our state. And then another point is that the bill seems to assume that fossil fuels are much more reliable and dispatchable than other resources. And I just want to note that during Winter Storm Elliott in late 2023, I believe, or 2022, thanks, several natural gas and oil-fueled power plants that our regional grid operator, ISO New England, relies on for dispatch, they failed themselves, just showing that some of the resources we assume are more reliable and dispatchable aren't often. And then the bill kind of discounts the fact that renewable resources, and especially those paired with storage, can provide reliability and even dispatchability benefits. There have been studies that show that increased offshore wind can reduce the risk of blackouts on our regional grid in winter. And then ISO New England has even found that increased renewables can resolve winter reliability issues over the next few years. And then just finally, I want to note that renewables, when combined with storage, they're highly dispatchable, probably more dispatchable than traditional combustion plants, and that storage can turn on real quickly. There's a storage facility being constructed in Maine that is going to dispatch to the grid 175 megawatts. So storage is a real viable option there if you prioritize dispatchability. Thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer any questions. And I have handed out written comments as well that provide more detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Krakoff? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Next up is John Gage from Wyndham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for taking my testimony. John Gage from Wyndham. I oppose this bill. I hope you will too. When OSI collected public input for the state energy policy several years ago, hundreds of people weighed in about their wish that the state would invest in energy efficiency, clean energy resources, distributed energy resources, and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. I think that public input was pretty much ignored when the 10-year energy plan came out. It focused on the state using the market to decide what we do, which I'm actually a fan of. The problem with the current energy market is that economists from around the world say we are currently in the largest market failure in human history. And this failure is the failure of the energy market to account for the costs of the pollution from fossil fuels in the price of fossil fuels. This failure to have a price signal for pollution in the energy market drives incomplete decisions throughout the world, and it is why we have now increased the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere by 50%, and why the world has warmed 1 degree Celsius already and is on a dangerous path for much more under the current policy mix. The world is taking action and putting a price signal for pollution. There's tools that they can use that are going to twist the US's arm to do the same. And I think it's dangerous then for the state to rely on existing market forces to make our long-term energy decisions. We should be anticipating a future price on pollution, a carbon price at the federal level, because the experts in climate science and economics say a global price is required the rest of this century in order to meet safe climate goals. Now, the analysis statement says, this bill revises the state energy policy to promote affordable, reliable, and secure energy resources for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. I think what's missing is the word safe as one of the first things that the energy policy should do. It should be affordable, reliable, safe, and secure energy. And if we had safe energy, we would be accounting for the impacts of the pollution of our energy choices in state energy policy. By ignoring pollution, because there's not a price on it yet, we're making short-sighted decisions. The state will lock in to more dependence on fossil fuels. And when there is a price on pollution from above, we will be stuck with stranded assets. So I agree with the previous speakers that say this is flawed in many ways. It's internally inconsistent, saying that we will allow market forces to drive things, but then we're going to have an emphasis on reliable, on-demand, and firm resources. And as I understand, firm means fossil fuels or nuclear, which is definitely an important part of our energy mix. But if the state is going to be putting its thumb down in favor of fossil fuels because market prices right now show them to be preferable, I think that's a mistake. We should be looking at what's happening around the rest of the world. I passed out a one-pager 2 weeks ago in testimony of HB 306 titled The Growing U.S. Carbon Price Gap, which is my collection of information that leads me to believe that a carbon price at the federal level is coming soon. So please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Gage? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony. And Representative Swansman has a question.
Sorry to be slow. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Gage. Quick question regarding the cost you're referring to. Are you saying then that despite high startup costs, technologies offer the potential in the future for reducing our dependence on existing legacy sources and may end up costing less in the future?
Definitely. That's the case of technology, not just of energy, but lots of energy. The government makes investments, whether it's for space or nuclear or the internet, develops a market, and then free market takes over and puts those things to use, and we use them. So renewable energy is in the same curve where we need to invest in energy efficiency and distributed energy resources now. It will lead to cheaper energy in the future.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair.
Follow up.
So then would you say that this bill discourages investments in new technologies?
yes, this is, in my opinion, a very backwards looking bill. Fossil fuels were the best energy choice last century. This century, the leaders of the next change in human civilization, the evolution of how we make things better in the world, is clean energy, and energy efficiency is part of that. We can use less energy and we can get it from clean sources, protecting our safety and leading the world in the technology of the next change to drive the global economy on clean energy.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for your testimony. And we have Representative McFarland, who would like to testify in support of this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McFarland from Orange. I am sure you've already heard a lot of testimony on this bill, so I will keep it brief. I'm one of the co-sponsors. I support this bill strongly. If I know that energy is key to our economy and that we do not have GDP without energy, and that we have residents in this state who are struggling to make ends meet, I would urge you to support this bill as it ought to pass. And I would tell you that fossil fuels are, at the moment, a very necessary part of a sensible energy policy. Happy to yield to questions.
Any questions for Representative McFarland? Representative Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Would you agree with the current, testimony? Oh, sorry, excuse me. Disregard that. Within the testimony that we've heard today, we have heard that it would have a global economic impact. And with this, I do agree in somewhat. Would you say that Canada's downfall with their economic structure right now isn't tied to the carbon tax right now, where they struggle with their Canadian dollar impact with the carbon tax that they're currently struggling with? And is this a main political and environmental faction that they're dealing with in Canada?
You don't have to answer that because that's not directly relevant to the bill. Are there any other questions? Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in, Representative. In your statement just now, you mentioned that fossil fuels are currently, right now, at the moment, the most viable fuel source, energy source.
I don't think I said the most. I said that they are an essential part.
An essential part, and I would agree with that, and especially the right now part, because I think the energy mix is changing. If you look at the market around the country, around the world, that energy mix is definitely trending towards clean energy. So how would this bill protect the state in coming years against price instability?
Yeah, and I think it's a complex question, as you well know. I'll try and narrow the question so that it's something I can answer without taking the rest of the day on. You talked about the trend towards clean energy. I am very supportive of clean, renewable energy, such as nuclear, and we need, in the near term, to start work on the more than any one legislative session duration of work that is entailed in bringing new investment into nuclear and giving the confidence to the nuclear energy companies that they can make those investments without seeing them torn out from under them, as we saw from President Carter.
Follow up?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, with all due respect, you didn't really answer my question. I mean, how does this bill...
Could you restate the question then?
Yeah, how does this bill, which places its thumb on legacy fossil fuel production, guarantee the state protection against price instability in coming years?
I think if you look at the energy policy that's espoused in this bill, it represents a balance between the different things that are necessary and important to the residents of this state. As I said earlier, cost of living is a huge issue. And I think that this change to policy would be very beneficial. I realize that you may not think I've answered your question. I feel that it is a complex question, and I know that there are gentlemen around the table here and ladies who understand this deeply.
Thank you for your answer. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. McFarland. Quickly, you mentioned that you favor nuclear energy, but my understanding is that this bill promotes the cheapest way to go. And would nuclear energy, at least as far as a startup, wouldn't that cost a lot more? And would this bill discourage that?
Yeah, great question. And I would say to you, first of all, I support a mix of energy sources. I support a mix of energy sources that is able to produce a resilient grid and a reliable grid. And we need to have low-cost energy. I'm not aware that there is a benefactor who is looking to subsidize all energy throughout New Hampshire so that we can have whatever energy sources that various people might dream of. Therefore, economics plays a very big part in that. At the moment, fossil fuels are the most convenient and densest and easiest way of having fuel in your vehicles, having fuel for peaker plants, like natural gas-based peaker plants, and nuclear is a very good solution for baseload. We have made changes in this state and are continuing to make changes as a result of our commitments to ISO New England and to RGGI, which are weakening the reliability of our electricity generation, and that is of concern to me. So the answer to your question is that my prime concern is cheap energy for our constituents, and a secondary concern is achieving reliability in our grid.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McFarland. Appreciate your testimony here today. Representative McGee would like to ask you a question.
Yep.
Thank you. You tried to get away, but thank you for your time and thank you for your testimony. And I think everyone around the table shares your concerns as well. I mean, that's our business here on this committee. I was going to ask whether you were aware of the statute that this bill would propose to replace in terms of the New Hampshire energy policy, that it emphasizes the lowest reasonable cost, reliability, diversity of energy sources, which we've had testimony here today. People would like to ensure is preserved because there's a value and an assist in lowering costs in our having a choice. All of those things, reliability, cost effectiveness, demand side resources, they're all listed in the existing energy policy. So I guess the question is, how do you see this bill as improving upon something that we've had for decades as our general, state policy?
Sure. Well, first of all, let me confess to the honourable lady that I have read both the existing statute and the bill in some detail, and it's been a few weeks since I read it, so I don't have it on the tip of my mind. But I will tell you that as you look through the changes that are in this bill, I believe they are changes that are for the benefit of our residents and for New Hampshire in the long term.
Okay, follow up?
Follow up?
Is there anything specific you can point us to?
I think I've already said that one of the most important things from my point of view is achieving cheap, reliable energy in order to bring down people's costs of living and in order to ensure the longevity of our energy supply and to make sure that we do not run into systemic issues in the future. Thank you. I don't yield to any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. And the last word on this bill is going to go to Commissioner Chris Elms of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Good morning, Commissioner. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Deputy Commissioner Chris Elms of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The Department of Energy is neutral on House Bill 504, but we are comfortable with it, and we do have some comments. as you heard, sections 2 and 3 are current law, so I'm not going to spend time on that, but would recommend that the committee consider striking that from this bill as it's already state statute. The first section of the bill is a rewrite of the statutory state energy policy, and obviously that is the legislature's prerogative to dictate, broadly the state energy policy, and that helps guide the directions that policymakers and the executive branch are going to take in relation to energy policy. And although the 378-37 statute is not in and of itself going to be immediately effectual on any particular program or funding source, there are two realms within the DOE's areas of responsibility where I will say that there is an immediate impact that we would take into account. As you heard in our intro presentation, we have another statutory mandate under 374F8, which is our mandate from the legislature to advocate for New Hampshire's positions regionally and to advocate against other states' policy decisions or the shifting of costs of those decisions when they're not in compliance with New Hampshire's energy policy. So obviously, what you do here will impact those directions, and we use that law frequently in our conversations, collaborations, discussions, and negotiations with the other New England states who make up the ISO New England grid. And we point to this law and say, hey, we're here, we have to argue against your policies because they are not in line with ours. So whatever you do here, it does impact how we take that. The other area within our purview where I could see this being impactful is the update of the 10-year state energy strategy. We are directed to write that, and that obviously does have impacts on the executive branch direction on the energy policy and is used as a resource for legislators and others in determining, the direction on legislation or, regulatory proceedings. So that would be impactful there. And I will note that we currently have open a comment period for the next update of the 10-year strategy. I don't think have had any comments as of yet, so we're looking forward to those. And then obviously, per the statute, we will be asking the chairman to invite us to meet with this committee as is required by law on the 10-year state energy strategy. So this bill's policy statement certainly is a more clear direction than what we have under current 378-37. The current policy statement is pretty broad, as you've heard. It's mostly a list of good things, and it's a direction that we should sort of balance all these considerations, and that's great, right? But it isn't all that helpful in determining a direction because it's essentially just saying do good things and don't do bad things. And I think that this bill certainly does give us a more clear vision and a statement of emphasis on reliability and affordability, as the prime sponsor mentioned. It emphasizes market principles. It's focused on markets and not government, driving resource selection and limiting subsidization only to what's necessary. I'm happy to take questions. You've heard the whole thing. I will say, I guess up front, there's been a lot of discussion on technology neutrality and sort of an all of the above strategy. And I had mentioned it in the intro presentation that we gave a couple of weeks ago, but I will mention here that technology neutral doesn't mean you can't have goals, right? Having a goal of reliability, of affordability, of environmental protection, whatever it might be, those are perfectly reasonable in a technology neutral state. And in fact, they're encouraged. What you want with technology neutrality is to be goal oriented. So we say, what do we want the outcome to be? And then from there, we can select the resources that will help us meet that. What technology neutral means is we're not going to advantage a particular technology or disadvantage a particular technology simply by virtue of it being that technology, right? We want to know what we want to do and then build the system to meet it. So happy to take questions.
Okay. Questions for Commissioner Elms? Representative Kaplan.
I'll defer to Representative McGee as my ranking member.
Representative McGee.
Thank you. That's very kind of you. Good
I
to
saw
see you
your
again.
hand first. Sorry.
Good to see you again, Mr. Elms. So, or Deputy Commissioner Elms, right? That correct? You referred to 374F8 as a location where you're required to protect the interests of the state in the region and any regional policies that affect us internally. Would that not already give you jurisdiction if there was something on the regional grid that was located within the state? This conversation's come up already. If there were a power plant that were affected that you wanted to discuss in terms of reliability for the state, even though it's a regional grid, wouldn't you already have the authority to go to, the ISO New England and discuss with them any plans for retirement or conversion or that sort of thing? It just doesn't seem like this bill really has that much purpose except to overwrite what, the statute that exists, which I think many of us feel has been helping us have better policies because it is all inclusive in terms of the things that it includes right now.
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I'm sorry, I have a 4-month-old at home, so I might just be, I'm not sleeping great. So what I would say is that question sort of directed to sections 2 and 3 and sort of that responsibility to, okay. Yeah, it's existing law. I guess from our perspective, if this bill contemplates striking that law, we'd be happy to provide more comments. That's in effect. It hasn't been used. That ability, we haven't heard from a power plant. If it were to happen, we would obviously follow the statute and work with the DOJ to determine what, if any, actions we would take. I think, the DOJ and certainly the Department of Energy do have capabilities with this law and without this law to advocate on behalf of New Hampshire's policy and interests in the federal and regional levels.
Follow up.
So the follow-up would be, then you had mentioned that you thought that this version of the New Hampshire energy policy was more specific and easier, better defined and easier to follow. So I'd like to know what you think particularly is better about this.
Gotcha. No, that's a good question too. And so on that realm, it's more when we look at our discussions at NESCO, the New England States Committee on Electricity, and that's where we get together with the states to figure out recommendations that we're going to make as the states to ISO New England and the broad group of stakeholders. A lot of times those conversations are centered on things like market design for how do we procure wholesale energy. And, a lot of those market design questions are pretty complex and they involve the balancing of the variety of states' policy goals. And so in those conversations, New Hampshire, we take the line that we want to promote New Hampshire's policies. So to the extent that those policies direct us that our preference is for, market selection of resources as opposed to, power purchase agreements, as opposed to other sort of out of market actions, to the extent that our state policy directs us to be fuel neutral when it comes to resource selection. All those things will come into play in our discussions with other folks, because if this state energy policy rewrite was to say simply, we want to focus on decarbonization as New Hampshire's priority in there, we're going to take a very different position than we would if the preference is for affordability or reliability. And so, in those discussions, that's where a statement comes into play. Again, neutral whether or not this statement is the preference, that's up to the legislature to determine. I'm just trying to let you know how we will take what you do and use that in the furtherance of our mission.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Elms, for coming in. I forgot what I was going to say. Oh yeah. Okay.
Can we go to Representative Brezhnev while
No,
you
I got the
think about
question.
it?
No. Regarding the first section of the bill and the emphasis on reliable and firm, it seems to be premised on the idea that the regional market actors are acting irresponsibly or are heading in some sort of reckless direction. So what's your sense as somebody, as you just mentioned, interacting at that level? Are the regional, actors, ISO New England, the other people, are they taking care of, are they cognizant of these concerns, and are those concerns being heard?
It's a good question. Thank you for it. I'm not sure I'm quite at the place where I could use the word reckless, but no, obviously there are real concerns. They've been raised as I think Representative Vos raised from NERC and ISO New England, as we talked about in their EPSET report in our intro presentation. That's the report where they talked about sort of what would be needed to meet the decarbonization goals of New England by 2050. And obviously, there's going to be a lot of infrastructure needed if we're going to meet the goals of New England while maintaining the policy directions that the various states have. From our perspective, there are real reliability challenges. We're spending a lot of time working on them. We're spending a lot of discussion on them, but there are some real difficulties in imagining how we are going to maintain the system we have with the electrification goals that folks have without some type of large-scale infrastructure infusion somewhere, whether it's in a particular resource or in other infrastructure. Or simply just finding ways to insulate ourselves from those goals if we don't think it's going to be possible. And I know there's other legislation to look at that.
Follow up.
Yeah, so I'm just curious about the word insulate, and because that's kind of echoed in this bill. What would those measures entail to insulate ourselves from the regional?
Well, I believe Representative Summers has introduced a bill that would instruct the Department of Energy to investigate what that could look like, whether it's looking at completely leaving ISO New England's grid as a state, or to explore other regulatory or policy decisions that would examine whether or not our participation in ISO regional markets is in the best interests of New Hampshire. So there are a variety of things they could look at. I'm certainly not ready to tell you all of them, and that's actually something that we would be instructed to look into and to provide reports back to this committee and to the legislature broadly should other legislation move forward.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Elms, for testifying. So there's been a lot of questions and answers implying that this bill strongly favors fossil fuels, but lines 10 through 12 talk about the state's energy independence, and I was wondering, how does the Department of Energy interpret ensuring the state's energy independence? And then later in the same sentence, it talks about secure energy resources. Does secure energy resources and energy independence exclude fossil fuels, includes them, or how does that compare with locally produced resources, I guess?
That's a very good question, Representative. Thank you very much for it. And I was saying to my colleague before I came up that I know there was a lot of talk about fossil fuels in the bill. I couldn't find the reference to it, and maybe it was just sort of the unanimous agreement that fossil fuels fall into that sort of more reliable and affordable energy source. That certainly wasn't my reading up front. As we said, we viewed it to be goal oriented. And so if fossil fuels are the best means of achieving our goals, great. If solar and storage is the best means of doing it, that's great. We want to make sure we meet the goals with whatever we can, as efficiently, as cheaply, and as stably as possible. To the question about energy independence, I think it's a good one, and one where you could certainly read different parts of it, and I think maybe clarity might be helpful there. And we've looked at that. I think, to me, looking at energy independence in the context of state energy policy, as I talked about before, looking at sort of insulating ourselves from the policy decisions of folks at the regional and federal level was what I looked at there. You could read into it other directions, and I think that would be perhaps helpful clarity. Should this bill, move forward?
Follow up.
And then the second question was about secure energy resources. How do you interpret secure in that line? It's the same line sentence, but the last 3 words.
Yeah, so there are a whole number of ways that you could interpret secure resources. You could look at supply chain security. When you look at something like, our natural gas infrastructure is reliant on, for the most part, on pipeline capacity. So, to the extent that gets eaten up and that we have a lacking in appropriate pipeline capacity, that's a security concern. There's also obviously supply chain in relation to other resources, and then obviously cybersecurity is something that could play a role there, ensuring that we have a resilient grid, in a place that obviously has a lot of weather effects. So you could read into a number of things. I think all of it comes back to the idea of reliability. Again, if you're being goal oriented, right? Customers want to be able to flip the switch and turn the lights on. And so building out from that is how you can look at reliability to make sure, okay, is what we're doing ensuring the functioning of the grid and maintaining, our ability to provide electric service to our customers.
Representative Swanson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Elms. Before I retired a couple of years ago, I was a group leader for global navigation satellite system modernization. And it was critical for us to have measures
Remember,
for
we need to ask a question.
reliability and availability. And those measures had formulas and thresholds. You mentioned a 10-year energy strategy. There's no formula or thresholds in this bill, but in your 10-year energy strategy, do you have formulas or thresholds for reliability and availability?
There certainly are reliability standards that are placed, and a lot of the times that's at the sort of the ISO New England level, and that's a lot of times based on expectations for outages or load shedding, and the ability to say we are going to maintain service with the exception of one day every 10 years or whatever the standard is. So there are standards. I'm sorry, I don't have them off the top of my head, and I can certainly follow up with the committee and talk about some of those reliability standards that exist.
Thank you, Commissioner Elms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McGee.
Thank you for indulging me, and you as well. I just had a question. You mentioned that the 10-year energy strategy report had open time for public comment. Can you just tell us when that's done? Because I would like to comment if I could.
We think the end of March. It's on our website, and we can happily follow up with the committee to give you that timeline, and we'll intend to keep pushing that out so that folks can have their voices heard.
Okay, great. So come on. Representative Corman. Okay, he waves off, so we're done on this House bill. So I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 504 because we need to open a public hearing on House Bill 508FN relative to decreasing assessment rates for entities providing voice over IP and IP-enabled services, as well as certain local exchange carriers and their affiliates. And so I'm going to call to the testimony table, the bill's prime sponsor, Representative Harrington, to introduce this legislation.
Good morning. This bill is sort of I may call it a hangover bill from the times of old regulations that no longer exist. We have companies that are paying fees to the Public Utilities Commission that used to be regulated by the Public Utilities Commission, but now they're not. And the idea was, that like an electric utility now pays in a certain percentage to fund the PUC so that the cost of the regulation came from the people being regulated. But in the case of these companies, and the speaker will come after me, can go into much more detail, they are no longer regulated. We don't regulate VoIP. We don't regulate IP-enabled services. We don't regulate any of that stuff. There's basically no regulations left on phones, with the exception of a very, very slight amount, but it's almost negligible. And what this bill does is simply takes the assessment that they were paying of 33% and drops it to 10%. So, like I say, I'll defer to someone who can ask specific questions on it, or answer specific questions on it, but that's basically the intent of the bill. It's just to bring us up to the reality of the fact that we're charging companies to pay for regulation that they no longer are part of.
Okay, well, I do have to ask you one question.
Sure.
I'm sorry, but it just kind of jumped out at me. On line 3, the number 33 is changed to 10%, to 10. But on line 4, 33 is repeated. Should that be changed to 10, or are we talking about two different things there?
I would think it should be, but I'll let the next speaker address that specifically, okay?
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Representative Harrington?
Good, because I wasn't going to answer them anyway.
Seeing none, I'd like to call next on Teresa Rosenberger and Chris Roud, representing NHTA. I assume you guys want to testify together? Welcome. Nice to see you both.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Chris Rand. I am Vice President of Granite State Communications, here representing the members of the New Hampshire Telephone Association. NHTA is composed of internet and voice providers serving some of the most rural areas of New Hampshire. The companies within NHTA are Bretton Woods Telephone, Dunbarton Telephone, my company, Granite State Communications, and the TDS companies. NHTA companies provide internet and voice service to mostly rural areas and are mostly fiber. We're very close to 100% fiber coverage. The NHTA members have been deregulated since 2011, and in that time we've seen our interactions with the Public Utilities Commission dwindle to almost none. Today, the PUC sends 2 filings to the FCC on our behalf and receives the occasional consumer complaint. Looking back over the last 5 years for my company in particular, over those years we've received 2 complaints through the PUC related to customers. In 2011, the law that deregulated all of us also moved consumer complaints under the purview of the Attorney General, and we've not received any complaints from them. One stipulation of the 2011 deregulation includes limits on the frequency and the magnitude of increases to basic telephone service, which is simply dial tone service, nothing else. By design, the PUC's responsibility for reviewing those pricing changes expired after 8 years. Today, the PUC is working on the Save the 603 numbering effort. This docket marks a shift to assessing docket participants rather than relying on the mandatory annual assessment. This means that the NHTA companies are actually paying twice, our annual assessment and the invoices related to this specific docket. We feel that by reducing the level of annual assessments, NHTA companies will have additional funds available to direct towards completing our fiber networks and also converting customers to those networks. Given these facts, we maintain the traditional assessment level is unnecessary, and moving from 33% to 10% better reflects the funding level necessary to support modern telecommunications oversight. Now, we are not seeking to eliminate the assessment, only to reduce them to a level that reflects the PUC's reduced oversight of the telecommunications industry.
Okay, thank you. Questions for, did you have something to add, Ms. Rosenberger?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Oh,
May,
okay.
May I move this so I can see Representative
No, you
Kaplan?
can't. I'm sorry, but
All right. I
we've
won't
been
move.
told in no uncertain terms that the only people who can move that equipment are the House audiovisual staff.
All right, I'll sit up. I'm
We
not-
can call them and have them come down
No,
and move it
that's
if you
okay.
like.
No, I just feel like I'm ignoring, but I'll sit up so I can see. Thank you very much. I'm Teresa Rosenberger from Bernstein Shore. I'm here representing with Chris, New Hampshire Telephone Association. which is all the landline, old Ma Bell companies, and Consolidated Communications. And thank you, Representative Vose. You are correct. The language we sent to Representative Harrington and he sent to OLS did have that other 33% change to 10. So you are correct on that. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you, Representative Harrington and Summers, for sponsoring this bill. As you've heard, it's a very simple bill. Deregulation went into effect in 2012. Now we are 12 years later, and the assessments went down back in 2016, but we still are being assessed. We believe at a rate that's not commensurate with the services we're receiving. So what I did, and the reason I'm here with Chris, is because I polled all the members. Some of the information is confidential, so you get me for that information. And as Chris said, yes, everybody does filings to the FCC. It's the high-cost CAF filings that go through the Department of Energy. People have had, and let me back up and say, I asked them to give me a 5-year look back. So I asked them to go back to 2018 or 19. So they all do the filings twice a year. They go to the FCC. They're submitted to the PUC. On complaints, basically, people aren't getting any complaints. It's, as Chris said, in his case, it was somebody wanting service in a certain section of Weir, or somebody calling and saying a double cable was down. But basically, the complaints are going from the AGs and through the AG's office, and nothing's coming through. They do get emails. If there is a rules change, if there are rules being changed and going to GELCAR, they'll send an email and say the rules are being changed. Here's the draft. They get they file the annual interstate 7-1 access rate filings. And one company in 5 years had 2 interconnection agreement requests. And what was interesting about that is they never heard from the PUC that it was done, and so they only found out that it had been approved by going onto the docket. Now, there are other issues out there which you know about. Dual poles, way back, and I've forgotten the bill number, Senate Bill 16 or Senate Bill something. Anyway, there's a bill years ago on double poles coming out of Rochester. And since 2023, that has been worked on at the PUC with the stakeholder group. So it's been all of the pole owners, including electric and telco, working on removing double poles. And as I understand it, the pilot is starting in February, so that is nearly over. For Consolidated, they sold their poles to Eversource. And that went before the PUC, and it went before the PUC specifically because they were being sold to an electric, which is a regulated utility. So that was done and completed. Consolidated sold their assets. They did a merger with Starlight. There was one hearing that did go before the PUC, and it was a very fast, quick, and very successful outcome. Now what we get to what's going forward, the 603 area code, and that's the rate center consolidation. That is going forward, but you passed a bill last year that allows the PUC to assess all folks who have the 603 area code who are in that docket a special assessment, which is what Chris is talking about, double taxation there. The other bill you passed last year, Senate Bill 595, which having to do with the rate attachment disputes, that you also are allowing a separate assessment. So where we're coming here, and a lot of the things that are being the special assessed are under the Department of Energy, not the PUC. So there's kind of a question from us about why are we paying an annual assessment to the PUC when a lot of this is actually working with the DOE. And I think it's because of the the conversion of the department. So for us, when we look at, I've got the report here, which is lengthy, utility assessments. And when you really look at it, on the telco side, most carriers are VoIP. And with that, that means you're paying $1,000 a year. Now, my guess is 3 to 5 years, everybody will probably be VoIP, so everybody will be paying that. But it seems at this point it would be prudent to, when I've named what really is going on, which is these annual filings, any complaint that may come, that really a 10% assessment would be sufficient. It seems to make sense that, and as I think we've talked about, this is not reducing the PUC budget. What it's doing is assessing those who are using their services more fairly. So it's not a budget decrease. It's not having staff fired or any of that or let go. It's literally saying if most of your work is electric, they should be assessed, or water or gas, but let's just do it. Let's do it in a way that makes sense for everybody. And for the companies, for them, it's money that can be put into broadband. I mean, we're all, as you heard me last week here with the bill on copper to fiber, everybody's working as hard as they can to get to 100%, and we need the capital to do it. So we should be able to take that and give it to the people who deserve it and not paying for services that we're not really receiving. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
So I have a question.
Mhm.
Thank you very much for
Yep.
testifying. If the PUC is over assessing the companies that you represent, what are they doing with that extra money? Do you have any idea?
No, because we're not hearing from them. The companies, I mean, I polled all the companies on a joint call, and then I called each one separately and said, go back. I want you to go back and look for your emails. I want you to call the people who pay the assessment. I want you to hit everybody in your company that could have interaction, and I'd like to know what it is. And it's minimal. Yeah,
So-
except for I will say, that's for everybody except for Consolidated. And as I did say, Consolidated had the merger, which clearly their assessment of $300,000 or more was paying for that per year. And Consolidated certainly did have the pole sale, but those are done. So, at this point, there's nothing really to pay for that they can't assess us for in a special assessment. And let me say, the companies, I don't know whether Chris has, but a number of the companies in NHCA have already been assessed for the 603 special assessment, for the 603 area code special assessment.
So can we assume that the lack of a PUC objection to this bill means that they're fine with it?
Well, I would hope they're fine with it. Yes. I mean, I would hope so. I did speak with them and explain why we were doing this, and explain that we really weren't getting much service. And when you look at it, you're still getting 10% of all the revenues of the stuff. It's not as if they're not getting still some good money that should cover what I call the administrative cost of sending in the invoice for the special assessments, for the assessments, and the filings with the FCC.
Okay, thank you. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, but my ranking member had her hand up and I would defer to her.
Representative McGee has a question.
Mr. Chair, I did not instruct my committee to defer to me, but it's very nice that they are. My question was really what the difference in the money is, if we could get a sense of that. You've thrown out a couple of numbers, but we can't sort of determine whether it's an impact or not. We have, I guess, we don't know what percentage of the PUC budget it would represent, but we can say we have 33% versus 10%. So what are you asking for versus what is it today?
Excuse me.
Sorry, I accidentally turned off your mic.
That's okay. I'm going to give you round numbers that I pulled out from the assessment, and it will include the cable folks, Comcast, Time Warner, et cetera. And this bill does include them. This bill is not just for the mom bells companies, it's for the whole shebang of the telephone. And
Have the figures just for
yeah,
who you were here representing, other than
would you want me to give you just who?
no?
we're-
Give me what you're talking about, as long
Okay.
as I know what's in.
Well, for the NHTA companies, we're probably talking about, well, let me say the NHTA and the Comcast companies, we're probably talking about $400,000, maybe a little more or a little less, depending on what this next year is going to be. And so I figure with that, you're still going to be, it's 33% down to 10%. You're still going to be probably $150,000, which is why I'm thinking that's perfectly fine for the administrative costs, particularly when the 603 and what you heard about pole attachment, those by law can be special assessed.
Follow up?
You did mention that you didn't think any jobs would be lost, but if there's sort of a 200 and something, it's a very small staff
Yeah.
at the PUC at this point.
Right.
So I guess the question is, how do you draw that conclusion?
I draw that conclusion because the way the statute reads, and I can pull it up here in a minute and tell you, where the statute reads is the expenses thus, not this is printed small, ascertained shall be assessed against the public utilities and other entities described in this section. So their assessment is against all public, their expenses are waged against all public utilities that they regulate. And as they say, the others described in this section, which is VoIP and telco and the co-op. Because the co-op, VoIP, telco, cable telephone, and the co-op are 33%, and everybody else is 100%. So it's just the costs will get spread of their expenses under the people who are, or the companies that are receiving the services.
Actually, I've heard that before. Thank you.
Yeah, well, it's confusing. Believe me, it's confusing. Thank you.
Okay, now Representative Corman.
I actually had the same question as Representative McGee.
Then you should have asked it. Okay, Representative Thomas.
Thank you. And I also had the same question, but I had a follow-up. I actually think this appears to be a good bill, and it kind of makes sense to me. What I would like to know, is there any assurance that the savings that would come as a result of this bill would be invested in efforts for public or member benefit, and that they wouldn't go to a CEO or anything like that?
Do you want to take that, or you want me to take it? You take it for you, and then I'll take it for the rest of the group.
In a word, yes. Each company is required to certify that the money that they're receiving each year is going to essentially building broadband and not funding CEO salaries. So I know for our company, we would, for every dollar that we can't put to broadband means customers don't get connected. So looking back over this, the years when we have not been regulated, probably if you took all of the households around this table and doubled it, that's the equivalent of people who would not have been connected to the network. So it doesn't mean people don't get connected. It just means that they're pushed off. So a reduction in these costs simply allows us to pull those jobs forward and connect more people faster.
And I think that is true for all of the companies, and because they all are totally committed to getting to that 100%. Plus, it's a competitive marketplace, so you want to hit as many people as you can so you can serve them.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
I'm sorry. So in your opinion, would this reduction in how much is paid lead to the creation of jobs in New Hampshire?
You take it.
Potentially. Were we to have more funds to connect customers to broadband, we certainly would. there could be an opportunity based on how much of a reduction in expenses there are. There's a potential that we could hire additional installers, purchase more equipment, and get those customers connected faster. So there definitely is a potential, yes.
Thank you.
There's also the potential that when you connect those customers, they may well all of a sudden have jobs as well. When you connect people, they may be able to work, particularly those in the rural areas.
That's a good
so
point.
thank you for the
Thank you.
question.
Representative McGee thought of another question.
I did. And the question is, if the expenses of the Public Utilities Commission are distributed amongst everybody else and you guys get a discount, how much does that affect them? Just think we should have the whole picture before we. It should be by exactly the same amount, but I'm just saying, what
Yeah.
is it distributed over in terms of what kind of an impact that will be to?
That's a good question for them. I'm assuming we're talking about somewhere around $250,000, and I'm assuming that probably the majority of their work's on the electric side. And, but it would be distributed between the electric, gas, and water utilities. So, I'm not sure how much that difference that would make because I don't know how many customers. I hope the PUC they may be able to tell you, but thank you.
All right, Representative Summers thought of a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I was very happy and excited to actually co-sponsor this bill. And the questions just I had real quick, and it might go along with the RSA or even possibly future administration of it. But I noticed it mentions just the LECs, the local exchange carriers, with the capability of corporations be able to create, and with hardware, software, to be able to create and add and subtract their own VoIP. Would it be possible to think that all broadband services all create VoIP services and therefore would fall under this?
I'm not familiar enough with all the aspects of the current RSA. I believe there are a long list of truly VoIP providers providing service in New Hampshire. And this applies to a small group who are being assessed at a much higher rate than all of those other VoIP providers who, from my view of the list, pay about $1,000 a year.
The VoIP providers, the list the PUC puts out, it's broken into telco and a VoIP, and the VoIP providers are paying $1,000 a year. The statute says that for registration, and the minimum you pay is $1,000. And so the VoIP providers are doing that. And if you change to being a VoIP, it's $1,000. But the telcos are the ones that are applied in this statute, which is pretty much the landline phones and the cable providers. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we would like to thank you both for testifying and call on the last person who wants to testify, representing the agency that was supposed to produce the fiscal this legislation, Megan Stone from the Department of Energy. Good morning again, Ms. Stone.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. So I apologize. I have a letter coming to you today that has a lot of this information in it, but I do have some information that I think can help address some of the questions that just came up. So that is what I have for you today. The department is neutral on this bill. So the department currently assesses all regulated utilities and certain other utilities, including accepted local exchange carriers, VoIP providers, and providers of IP-enabled service for the expenses of the PUC and the expenses of the non-federally funded functions of the department supporting its regulatory obligations, as well as expenses of the Office of the Consumer Advocate. The current assessment invoices to expected local exchange carriers and certain VoIP providers and providers of IP-enabled services are based on 33% of gross utility revenue And this bill reduces that to 10% gross utility revenue. It does not change the minimum assessment of $1,000. So for fiscal year 25, the department assessed, and I'll give you exact numbers, $529,764,000 to dollars to 26 accepted local exchange carriers out of 171 providers. If the assessment had been based on 10% of gross utility revenues, the assessment would have been $158,697, a reduction of just over $371. And this amount would have instead been collected as part of the assessment invoices paid by other regulated utilities, gas, electric, water, and sewer. And the assessment costs are recovered by other regulated utilities through the rates charged to customers. In my letter that I'll send you, there is a wide range of duties supporting telecommunication providers that are covered by the assessment funds. And just I would just give you a couple of them, but I have quite a few. That includes registration of new telecommunications providers, review of daily requests for numbering resources, encompassing analysis of available resources and requested rate centers, identification of blocks of numbers held by other providers, solicitation of donations to the pool, coordination of the transfer of numbering resources among carriers, and there's quite a few other things, so I will give you the whole list that I have. I am happy to take any questions you may have. Our experts couldn't be available today to testify on this, but anything I can't answer, I can take back to the department and make sure you get.
Okay, thank you. So if we reduce the assessment on this particular class of carriers, will that increase the assessment on other carriers? Is that what I
Yes.
heard you say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions for the Department of Energy? Well, seeing none, I guess you're done.
Thank you.
And so are we. So that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 508 FN. And because our proceedings went a little long this morning, I'm going to exercise my chairman's prerogative of restarting the 1 o'clock public hearing at 1:15. So we'll have adequate time to do lunch and take care of other issues that members may have to deal with. So we will resume our activity at 1:15. See you then. testify, I need a pink card from you, please. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of Science, Technology, and Energy for January 28th. Two public hearings on the docket for this afternoon. The first one is HB 535FN, relative to defining the role of the Public Utilities Commission. That will be followed by HB 450, relative to commercial property assessed clean energy and resiliency, called C-PACER. So we'll open the public hearing first on House Bill 535. And in the absence of the bill's prime sponsor, who is busy introducing another bill somewhere else, I'm going to call on Representative Dale Swanson to introduce House Bill 535. Good afternoon, Representative. Don't forget to turn on the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee and the folks attending here. This is to introduce Bill 530, House Bill 535-FN. This is an act relative to defining the role of the Public Utilities Commission. This bill clarifies and eliminates certain grants of authority to the Public Utilities Commission and requires, in any contested case before the Commission to which the Department of Energy and the Office of the Consumer Advocate are parties, the Commission to approve by order any settlement agreement to which all parties are a signatory, unless the Commission determines after hearing that any settlement provision is contrary to the law. This bill is at the request of the Office of the Consumer Advocate. You can ask me questions, but I'll probably not be as familiar with it as some of the folks who are attending here, and I'll defer to them when necessary.
Okay, so Representative Swanson has indicated that he would prefer not to take questions. Is that okay with everybody? Looks like it is, Representative, so thank you for introducing this bill. And someone who I know will gladly take questions is our consumer advocate, Donald Crease. So I'm going to call him next to testify on this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Donald Crease. I am the consumer advocate. My job pursuant to RSA 363(28) is to represent the interests of residential utility customers. In a surfeit of caution, I feel obliged to disclose that the testimony I am about to give is going to refer to 3 open Public Utilities Commission dockets, and that may have implications for RSA 363, Section 12, Paragraph 3. As Representative Swanson indicated, I proposed this bill, and Representative Corman was kind enough to introduce it on my behalf. As consumer advocate, I care about 2 things: safe and reliable service at the lowest possible cost, and maximizing consumer freedom by giving ratepayers the agency they need to use energy and water as they see fit. Particularly as relates to the affordability prong, utility regulation in New Hampshire is, in my respectful opinion, not working right now. And this ineffectiveness is costing ratepayers a lot of money because every cent of the cost of regulating utilities in New Hampshire is recovered from customers via utility assessments. Now, I have to say that my intentions here have been widely misunderstood. When I floated a preliminary version of this bill by the Residential Ratepayers Advisory Board, which is the statutory advisory body to my office back in October, that produced an intemperate letter from Chairman Goldner and Commissioner Chattopadhyay, and it all got kind of personal. I really regret that because the point here is not to criticize any of my fellow human beings. It is rather simply to remind everyone of something that was acknowledged and understood in July of 2021. Actually, I think it was June of 2021. That is when the Department of Energy was created and the Public Utilities Commission was downsized and reconfigured via that year's budget trailer bill. It was a hasty process undertaken at the very end of a legislative session, and it was understood by everybody that the enabling statutes of the two agencies would have to be re-examined based on experience. Well, 4 years later, here is what experience suggests. These two agencies need more specific legislative direction to the effect that the Department of Energy is the policy shop and the PUC's job is to act more or less the way a court acts, as a neutral decision maker when the interests of utility shareholders and the interests of utility customers need to be balanced against each other. Right now, the two agencies seem to be talking past each other. Let me give you a couple of very recent examples from pending rate cases. First is the Liberty Electric rate case, docket DE 23039. The proceeding turned into a fiasco when, in the fall of 2023, the department's audit revealed that the books and records of the utility, the basis of the whole rate case, were unreliable. This is what happens, my friends, when a utility transitions from one billing and accounting system to another in the middle of the test year that is used to calculate the utility's revenue requirement. The department filed a motion to dismiss the rate case more than a year ago, which the PUC, for whatever reason, has not acted upon. Excuse me. Anyway, the department filed a motion to dismiss the rate case more than a year ago. The PUC hasn't ruled on it. Meanwhile, the parties, which is to say the utility, the department, and our office, seeing no good outcome, succeeded in negotiating a settlement agreement. The proposal basically maintains the status quo until 2026, when Liberty will file a new rate case. But when the settlement came before the PUC for a hearing a few weeks ago, the commissioners made their distaste for the agreement plain. They looked at the department and said, "You told us the books and records were unreliable, so how can you now claim that the rates you have agreed on will be just and reasonable?" Well, here's why. Because every other alternative risks sending this utility into insolvency. And an insolvent utility is bad for shareholders and bad for customers. Another example is the pending Eversource rate case, docket DE 24070. This one's a bit more prosaic. It's a big, complicated case. The PUC allowed the parties, including the Department of Energy, to wrangle for months about the procedural schedule, given the statutory deadline that looms this coming May. We finally agreed on this past Friday as the big day, the day everyone other than Eversource would file their written testimony. And then, a couple of weeks ago, the department decided it couldn't meet the deadline. So the department asked for an extension. The PUC said no. And the department basically ignored the deadline, leaving most of its testimony unfiled to this day. A bigger example from last year is the Commission's net metering docket, DE 22060. The parties reached a settlement. The PUC didn't reject the settlement. The Commissioners simply ignored it, in spite of broad consensus among the utilities, my office, and those who, unlike me, are in love with net metering. So, I cobbled together my best ideas for how to fix things statutorily, but my main purpose is to incite dialogue here at the State House. I'm not trying to make myself king, and I am certain others who are smarter than me can think up approaches that would be even better than the ones I've suggested, including tweaks to the language about settlement agreements. Because I just want this process to work, to meet the needs of all stakeholders. This could, I suppose, turn into a suicide mission. There's serious talk here at the State House of abolishing my whole office. But for me, it's a matter of conscience. The utilities won't ever speak out in favor of a bill like this. Utilities never do anything that might seem like criticism of their regulator. I get that. I know all of the key deciders over at the Walker Building. All of them are good people who come to work every day striving to do the right thing. They just need what was promised to them 4 years ago, more clarity from the general court about what they are supposed to do and how they're supposed to do it. That concludes my prepared testimony. Of course, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the chairman might be willing to entertain.
Thank you, Mr. Crease. We appreciate that testimony. I do have a couple of questions for you. In the bill on page 2, lines 5 through 9, there is new text describing the authority of the commission. And it says that the commission can conduct contested adjudicative proceedings within the meaning of RSA 541, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it also can adopt administrative rules, et cetera. But it doesn't say anything in here about whether the commission could undertake investigatory proceedings. Is that excluded on purpose, or did you not think of that, or is that authority been transferred to the DOE?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's an excellent question. And I will say that, yes, my intention in as the original drafter of this bill was to clarify that the investigative role is now to be discharged by the Department of Energy. Now, again, that may or may not be the best answer. That's my suggestion at this stage.
Okay, I have a follow-up question as well. And that's on the same page. If you go down to lines 25 and 26, it states that essentially that settlement orders shall be approved by the, or settlement agreements shall be approved by the, that have been approved by the parties have to be accepted by the commission unless the settlement provision is contrary to law. So if a settlement provision didn't pass the just and reasonable cost standard, would that justify rejecting the settlement agreement as being contrary to existing law?
I think an honest answer to that, Mr. Chairman, thank you, that was another really excellent question, is it depends. If the record conclusively demonstrated that the rates agreed to in a settlement agreement did not meet the just and reasonable standard, then yes, that would make the settlement contrary to law. And under this language, the commission would have the authority to reject it.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions for the consumer advocate, Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Advocate Crease, for taking my question. I was looking through the bill and I noticed, I actually remember the 80 pages that was added, and I was one of the few people that actually read it. And having had some background in organizational development, I was concerned at the time, and I don't know if you remember, I actually mentioned to you that I was concerned at the time, that in many places in the original legislation that created the Department of Energy, it stated both the commission and the department, right? And I thought at the time it was confusing to me that they would share all these responsibilities since one was an agency and one was a regulatory body. I thought it would create confusion, so I was pleased to see that you have things struck in here to try and tighten up where the responsibilities lie. But it seems like that might be a large part of what you're doing is sort of cleaning up. And then the other piece seems like it's more about the role of the Public Utilities Commission in terms of getting the proceedings to a resolution in a timely manner, which again saves people money because they can do more throughput if they if they handle more cases. So are both of those things objectives of this bill? And if you could say a little bit more about the roles and how how you see the problem that we're currently facing.
Thank you for more excellent questions, Representative McGee. So, with respect to the two issues that you just raised, you have perfectly captured the first thing that I'm trying to get at here, which is it was explicitly understood in 2021 that there were ambiguities in those 80 pages in the budget trailer bill that you just referred to, because people wanted, the legislature at the time wanted, and I guess you didn't agree with it at the time, but that view didn't prevail. The view that prevailed was we're going to leave that kind of vague and loosey-goosey, and we're going to sort out what would work best, you know, who would do the investigating and who wouldn't. And there were all sorts of authorities that were designated or allocated to the department, but not divested of the PUC. And I think everybody knew at the time that that was going to need to be addressed. I think 4 years later, it is time to address that question. So you've understood me perfectly as to the first point. The second point is, I really do feel like we need clarity about what the PUC is supposed to do and not supposed to do, because having the PUC sort of flop around and conduct freewheeling and investigative proceedings all the time costs a lot of money. I walk into the PUC hearing room, my meter doesn't really start. I mean, there's an opportunity cost when I spend time in the PUC hearing room, but I don't start a meter. But I look in that room and there are 40 people in there, all of whom, start up a time meter and charge time to this regulatory process, and the ratepayers get the bill. And I really think that that is not an economically efficient way to do utility regulation. And I know that doing this efficiently and saving ratepayers money is an objective that every single member of this committee has. So that's what I'm trying to do. And I'm not telling you that I have captured it perfectly here. I'm just trying to have the conversation with you all. You all are the representatives of the people. You have a better sense of how to do this than I do.
Yes, follow up.
So my follow-up would be about the settlement process, which is another piece that the bill alludes to. My understanding of the settlement process is that all of the parties have to come together and present evidence to the Public Utilities Commission for why they have reached the conclusion that they have. So they provide the evidence. In my understanding of it, you would have to have a really good reason to either question the evidence or want to go find further evidence or other evidence, because that's how the proceedings normally have gone, right? Is that the parties conclude, come together, and present you with the easiest solution. So is that, can you, for the folks here who haven't had a lot of experience with the Public Utilities Commission, and I know that you have, is that the way it's been in the past, and it's different now? Or, I mean, I guess just paint for us a little bit of a picture of what the settlement process is intended to be and how you think it's deviating from that?
Indeed, I'm having deja vu because we had this exact same conversation at the JALCAR a few weeks ago about the PUC's procedural rules, and Representative Lynn, who of course is a very learned attorney and former judge, had the same question that you just asked. So the PUC will tell you, I'm pretty sure, that when they review a settlement agreement, they're a lot like a court in a child protective case. They have this like kind of independent responsibility, not just to bless what mom and dad have agreed to, but consider the best interests of the child. That's the analogy they draw. The problem with that analogy is that in these PUC proceedings, you do have parties that are interested in the broad best interest kind of determination, right? You have my office representing residential ratepayers, and you have the Department of Energy representing the policy imperatives that reflect the governor, essentially. And so when you have those two voices agreeing to something alongside whatever utility or utilities are involved and whatever third parties have chosen to be involved, then you really do have a really broad consensus that's been developed after a lot of work and thought and evidentiary development that I think is deserving of some degree of deference when it comes before the PUC, rather than just leaving the PUC free free to go, we don't like that. We have a whole different approach in mind. And we're seeing that the trend has been more and more in that direction of just saying, I don't care what all of the stakeholders who have been meeting for months and exchanging evidence for months have all agreed to. You all agreed to why we prefer X. I think that's bad public policy. So the bill I drafted says you can't really do that. Could you water that down or modify that a bit and create maybe a rebuttable presumption in favor of settlements or something? Yeah, you could if you think my approach is too extreme. But I think it's an important conversation for you all to have.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. I almost called you Dr. Crease, Mr. Crease. So can you tell me what would be eliminated with this bill? Is it time, confusion, money? And is there a direct benefit to ratepayers if this bill would be passed?
It would eliminate it would reduce all of those things. I mean, regulation costs money. There's no doubt about that. So, and it's always important to think about, like, does the cost of regulating utilities justify the benefit of regulating the utilities? But this bill is aimed at making that process more responsive and efficient to the stakeholders who, after all, are going before the PUC because they need something from the PUC, good decisions that can either be acted on or relied upon or appealed from. Hope that was somewhat responsive.
Thank you.
So I'm still struggling with the language on lines 21 through 26 on page 2. I'm sorry, 23 through 26 on page 2. The language there says, help me understand this, please. The language there says, in any contested case before the Commission in which the Department of Energy and the Office of the Consumer Advocate are parties, the Commission in a timely manner shall approve by order any settlement agreement to which all parties are a signatory. By singling out the Department of Energy and the Office of Consumer Advocate, does that mean that any settlement agreement which is reached between parties that do not include the Department of Energy or the Consumer Advocate are not subject to this language?
Correct. Again, you obviously can amend the bill to change that, but that's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your help helping me understand that. Further questions, Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it, would it be fair, would it be fair to characterize the, I guess what you're describing, the evolution of the Public Utilities Commission's role or the Public Utilities Commission's behavior since 2021 as sort of analogous to like an activist, we hear people rail against activist judges who, bring their own agenda or their own biases to a case as opposed to deciding the case on its merits and evidence presented. Do you see that the Public Utilities Commission has become sort of like rather than a neutral judge to be an activist judge?
That is not the way I would characterize it. I think what I've observed is a Public Utilities Commission in an earnest struggle to figure out what the legislature expects of it.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Okay, seeing none, I want to thank you for delivering your testimony on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're very welcome. Next, I would like to call the Public Utilities Commission. Alex Bidell, Commissioner Del Orfano, and Chairman Dan Goldner.
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Goldner may make some remarks after Commissioner Del Orfano, if that is acceptable. But that'll be we'll get to that bridge when we cross, if it's all right.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vose and honorable members of the committee. I'm Alexander Spidell, Senior Advisor at the Commission, and I have with me Commissioner Delafano. I won't take up much time. I will cede the floor to him very quickly. It's been voiced some feedback that sometimes we get a little technical in our testimony, so I will be short and to the point. The proposed bill would really gut the Public Utilities Commission's capabilities. What it would do is it would remove all of the investigative authorities that we've maintained since 1911 and our general supervisory power over public utilities that we've had since 1911. And that was the time, let's get in the time machine, that's when I believe President William Howard Taft was president, just for a sense of perspective. And so there's focus on the settlement provision, which is interesting, but if you read the preamble and you read all the language here, it basically tells the commission it cannot investigate. It truly would be the blind scales of justice in the sense that even a court in the state of New Hampshire does not have that position. And furthermore, as Chairman Goldner and our colleagues, commissioners, and others have already described, we are not a court. We are a creation of the legislature with the responsibility delegated by the legislature for the regulation of monopolies under the New Hampshire and U.S. constitutions. So I would caution that this bill is a step in the wrong direction. There are companion bills that also potentially downgrade the responsibility of the Department of Energy to provide timely information to the commission. I think Commissioner Delafano will touch on that. So I will now cede the floor to Commissioner Delafano. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the House Senate Technology and Energy Committee. My name is Mark Delafano. Presently, and now just for over 4 weeks, I serve the public as a commissioner of the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. I'm here today to testify in opposition to House Bill 535, a bill requested by the Office of the Consumer Advocate relative to defining the role of the Public Utilities Commission. One of the things I'd like to point out immediately about that is that we have a sister agency that must appear before the Public Utilities Commission, coming before you with legislation that would actually change the way the organization that he must appear before and present a case before has to operate. Before I get into my substantive testimony, however, I want to provide you with some background about myself. I hope this information will help you receive my testimony against 535 as both informed and persuasive. Although I'm new to the Public Utilities Commission, I've worked in or been involved with the global energy and natural resources industries for most of my career. Before my service on the commission, I served the people of New Hampshire as an Assistant Attorney General at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. In that role, I represented the state's interests and agencies as trial counsel in adjudicative proceedings under RSA 541A in contested cases, before the state Superior Court in contested civil litigation, and before the federal trial courts involving contested energy and environmental matters. I also served as the state's appellate counsel in appeals cases heard by the New Hampshire Supreme Court, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. Before state service, I was an attorney in private practice at Sheehan, Finney, Bass & Green, where I represented business and energy clients, including renewable energy developers, energy brokers, energy efficiency consultants, independent generators, oil and gas companies, although I was not a landman, private equity firms investing in conventional, renewable, and clean energy development and technologies, regional and national banks supplying tax equity financing to renewable energy projects, and at least one customer-owned public utility. Before Sheehan Finney, I held various legal and leadership positions over a 16-year career with a New Hampshire-based private equity firm that invested in conventional and renewable energy and resource extraction projects and technologies. Before my tenure in private equity, I held positions at General Telephone and Electronics Corporation, better known as GTE, which was a public utility, before its merger with Bell Atlantic to form Verizon. Subsequent to the Verizon merger, I worked for one of its subsidiaries, Genuity. Going back even further, right after graduating from Manchester's West High School, I worked my first energy industry job as a wood fuel technician at one of New Hampshire's now shuttered biomass power plants. It's fair to say that I've been in and around energy and regulated utilities for over 30 years. Turning to my testimony in opposition to House Bill 535, I'm troubled by the bill for several reasons, but in the interest of time, I'll focus only on my top 3 reasons why the honorable members of this committee should find it inexpedient to legislate. Firstly, for reasons left unarticulated by the consumer advocate, it appears that without reasonable cause, he would like the Public Utilities Commission, an independent institution that has successfully regulated and supervised the state's public utilities since at least 1911, to no longer have a role in the supervision of the state's public utilities. If you look at paragraph 2 of the proposed legislation, it's clear there that the authority that the consumer advocate suggests should be stripped from the Public Utility Commission goes to the very core of what it does. Such a change to the Commission's authority would result in a wide departure from the legislature's clearly expressed intent of establishing the Commission, as found by the New Hampshire Supreme Court to provide comprehensive oversight for establishing and controlling public utilities in this state. Secondly, the bill attempts to unreasonably flip the burden of proof for settlement agreements brought before the Public Utilities Commission in an adjudicative proceeding from being on the parties to demonstrate to the Commission that the proposed settlement agreement is consistent with applicable law, is just and reasonable, and serves the public interest. Instead, the consumer advocate wants to put that burden onto the Public Utilities Commission to find that any settlement provision is contrary to law. Put another way, as presently drafted, subparagraph 5, lines 23 through 26 of paragraph 2 creates a presumption that any settlement agreement signed by, in particular, the Department of Energy and the consumer advocate is consistent with applicable law, is just and reasonable, and serves the public interest, and therefore must be approved by the Public Utilities Commission unless the Commission determines, after a hearing, that any settlement provision is contrary to law. The flaw in that statutory construction, however, is that since all of the Commission's trial staff were transferred to the Department of Energy 3 years ago, no one is left to present evidence on the record to the Commission that any settlement provision of a proposed settlement agreement signed by the Department of Energy, the consumer advocate, and/or all the interveners is contrary to law. This problem is only magnified by the apparent plan to strip the Public Utilities Commission of any authority to develop a record by which the Commission can determine whether a settlement agreement is contrary to law without reliance on the investigative resources of the Department of Energy, which, I'll remind you, is a party to the settlement agreement in those cases. Public Utility Commission's organization is actually based on the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission's organization, which presently, under current federal law, is not required to accept a proposed settlement agreement just because the parties to the case have agreed to it. Instead, like the authority of the Public Utilities Commission presently, the FERC must still find, based on the parties' proffered evidence, that a settlement agreement is just, reasonable, and in the public interest. Lastly, and this goes more to the core of just an observation that I have as someone that has advised state agencies. When I was at DOJ, I advised and represented 13 separate state agencies. A state agency should not actively work to diminish the authority of its sister agencies. Even more outrageous than a dispute between state agencies are circumstances where, as here, a state agency that must appear before a sister agency to exercise its own statutory purpose actually works to reduce that agency's authority to accomplish goals that may or may not be outside of its statutory purpose. I have the utmost, and I mean this, utmost respect for the consumer advocate. Nevertheless, any efforts to diminish the Public Utilities Commission are wrongheaded and serve only to weaken the state's regulatory oversight of its public utilities. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, thank you. You presented a lot of information there, so I had to do a lot of note taking. It slowed me down a bit. So Representative Swanson has his hand up, but since he introduced this bill, he can't actually ask a question. But we have other questioners here, so we'll start with Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I realize you called on me because my committee members, my fellow committee members keep deferring to me and we all go up at once. Okay, so I have a question for each of you. I'll start with you, Mr. Spidell. How many people did you have in the Public Utilities Commission before the reorganization of 2021?
I wasn't at the Public Utilities Commission for about roughly 3.5 year gap from 2018 when Chairman Honigberg was the chairman until February of 2022. That's when I came back. So the split happened after my departure. My understanding was that the staffing level from the time of Chairman Honigberg through the time of Chairman Martin and the split in 21 was stable at about 75 personnel.
And how many do you have now? Just so we can have a,
12 line personnel and 3 commissioners.
okay. Thank you. And then.
Okay, follow up?
Oh, yes, follow up. I said I had a question for each of them, so I was just going to, thank you. So Mr. Ordiano?
Delorfano.
Delorfano, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
There was a former Commissioner Ordiano, right? Okay, I'm projecting. My question was, I heard you say that that you thought it wouldn't be a good idea to require that the Public Utilities Commission had to approve a settlement that was agreed to by all of the parties unless it was contrary to law. But the law already includes the language of just and reasonable. So you wouldn't be prohibited from finding a case not just and reasonable and using that as an exemption. So I'm just trying to figure out why you put that out there, because it doesn't seem like the bill takes that away from you. It basically says if it's in the law, which just and reasonable is in the law, that language is in the current law, then you would have that latitude, right?
I think the issue is that when you have all of the parties to the case coming forward with the settlement agreement, there's no one left to present why there might be an issue that's contrary to law. Since we no longer have trial staff, we can't develop a record around that. Somebody would need to present that to us. And given the way that this bill is written, we would be left with accepting whatever it was that the consumer advocate, the Department of Energy, and the intervening parties would present. So even if it was contrary to law, how are we supposed to get that into the record if we have no ability to investigate any longer and we have no trial staff to present a case that could potentially show that it's contrary to law? I would obviously welcome one of my Assistant Attorney General friends from the Department of Justice to come over and do that, but presently that isn't in our statutory scheme.
I thought that was a follow-up. All right, I'll allow this one more follow-up.
Thank you. It gives everybody more time to formulate their questions anyway. So the question that I had about what you just said was that you don't have the time, you wouldn't have the opportunity to develop that own investigation, but do you have staff to do that? Even if if it was in your purview, how would you accomplish that? Because I just heard that you don't have the staff, so.
So presently, the commission has the ability to make record requests of the utilities, the Department of Energy, and the consumer advocate. My reading of this bill would eliminate that authority. So if there are issues that are confusing to the commission or the commission would like more clarity on, they can make what's called a record request to, as I mentioned, the utility, the consumer advocate, Department of Energy, or any of the interveners. And that party would then present that evidence through the response to that record request. This bill would eliminate, in my opinion, that ability.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Kaplan has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. This might be a related question, but just help me to understand your objection to having the investigatory capabilities being placed in the Department of Energy. There's a negotiating process. Parties go before the Department of Energy, they go before the consumer advocate, they reach a settlement, they come to you, and you want to investigate. You go back to the Department of Energy to do that investigation. Isn't that redundant somehow? I mean, to a lay person, that might seem like an inefficiency in the process. So, could you explain?
So
how that is
first off,
not-
I have absolutely no issue with the investigatory authority being vested in the Department of Energy. That is where the legislature has placed it, and I have absolutely no issue with it. But what the current authority allows is it allows for the Public Utilities Commission to continue to explore issues that may be presented before the commission through record requests, and that would disappear if this were taken away. Does that address your question, sir?
So it's just a
Follow-up.
follow-up question. So it's strictly a matter of a record request that you
Well,
want to continue to have?
there are a few other elements around that, but it's primarily the record requests that would not be allowed anymore. The other point, and I'm going to address the second point that you brought up around the consumer advocate, the Department of Energy, and the interveners getting together to negotiate a settlement and then presenting it to the Public Utilities Commission. The Public Utilities Commission has, unlike a court, has independent statutory duties around determining whether or not rates are just, reasonable, and in the public interest. So if the Department of Energy and the consumer advocate and the associated interveners all kind of agree that that's the case, and the Public Utilities Commission is now just left in the position of rubber stamping that agreement among them, then how do we meet our statutory duties? We can't meet them under that situation. So how do we reconcile the fact that we have an independent obligation to make sure these rates are proper, but without the ability to do that because we're completely dependent on whatever comes forward, and we have no ability in this situation to have anyone come forward with information that might be contrary to law? I don't understand how this works and allows us to continue to exercise our statutory authority.
Vice Chair Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Would you clarify for us how the contents of this bill would or would not fix the three major concerns that the OCA brought forward in his testimony that seemed to be the crux of his testimony?
Frankly, I don't think it addresses any of those concerns.
Follow-up.
Follow-up.
Obvious follow-up is, could you explain why?
Sure. So one of the issues that the consumer advocate brought up was cost of these proceedings. I think the trouble is that you're still going to have 40 lawyers in the room. You're still going to have the consumer advocate there. You're still going to have the Department of Energy there. You're going to have the commission staff, excuse me, not commissioner staff, but the commissioners there. So it doesn't really change the cost of proceedings. What it may do is it may encourage people to come forward with a settlement agreement, but that settlement agreement may not ultimately be what's in the best interests of both the utility and the rate base, because there's a careful balancing act that the Public Utilities Commission must perform when it's making those determinations. It needs to determine and find and allow for the customers of the regulated public utility to pay the lowest rate possible while also facilitating a capital structure that allows the utility to operate. There may be cases out there, folks other than I should probably talk about them, where that may or may not have been the case. And so what I would suggest is that while I think that the consumer advocate put forward a good faith effort here to identify issues that he sees as problematic, I don't think that that deals with the overall issue of cost. These are costly proceedings. And the reason why they're costly proceedings is because of the pricing power that the public utility has. Add to that the interests that many times appear and intervene in these proceedings with their own matters that they would like to see baked into rates. It opens up the proceedings to a long evidentiary period.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You testified at some length about the unarticulated arguments by the, or unarticulated facts by the consumer advocate. I'm wondering just how one does articulate what is unarticulated. However, my question is, have you met to have any discussions directly about this bill with the consumer advocate?
He and I have discussed this topic previously, and we just don't see eye to eye on it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And you also presented your extensive legal background. Can you tell me how many of the other commissioners have legal and or law backgrounds?
I can't answer that, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions for the two of you, I understand that Chairman Goldner would like to make some closing remarks, or? Okay, nothing further to add. In that case, we'll call forward the last party that wants to testify on this bill, and that is the combination of Commissioner Chris Elms and David Shulock from the Department of Energy. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Welcome back. And good afternoon, Mr. Shulock. Nice to see you again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, for the record, Deputy Commissioner Chris Elms of the New Hampshire Department of Energy, joined by DOE General Counsel David Shulock. For the time being, we are neutral on House Bill 535. We are here to express some concerns with the bill as written. So, to give you context on my background, obviously some of you knew me in my previous role with the governor's office, where I served as legislative director when this legislation was moving forward in the 2021 budget. As we all might, well, for those of us who were there, we might remember that this was a very big undertaking and it was happening pretty quickly. And so as part of the having this able to move forward, the legislature, in their wisdom, built in a number of safeguards and overlapping jurisdictions to help ensure that regardless of how things turned out, we were able to pick up the pieces, wouldn't have things fall through the cracks, and we were able to support, a successful regulatory process here in New Hampshire. The Department of Energy was created in part to restructure the PUC with the intention of separating out the rate making functions and the adjudication from the some of the other regulation, the policy work, the regulatory advocacy, and the programs that the Department of Energy was given, also enforcement. And that was a big task, right? And so the overlapping jurisdictions that you built into place were successful. Right. There was some bumpiness in the first couple of months, but really all in all, we have been able to function, and frankly, we've fallen into a rhythm where I think we can, keep working things out. And that's not to say there aren't occasional disagreements, I think, among the state agencies, as you've seen, and as I'm sure you're well aware of. About what the proper role of the commission is and whether or not they are stretching the bounds of what the legislature intended for the commission back in 2021. And so I do think that this bill is well-intentioned in a purist kind of way. The concept of sort of finishing the job to remove the sort of the temptation from the commission to go outside of their legislatively intended lane. But I do think that this bill as written is heavy-handed. And I think it guarantees that we're going to see more confusion, not less, and that honestly important issues have a pretty good likelihood of falling through the cracks. In its search for conceptual purity, it's going to disadvantage customers of regulated utilities pretty significantly. I think it does try to answer what are, genuinely, not non-existent, but smaller problems with very consequential solutions. So obviously this PUC authority would be reduced under this bill. It would limit their authority to conduct adjudicative proceedings and adopting rules. They'd no longer have their authority to conduct inspections and investigations, supervise the public utilities, keep itself informed regarding utilities in the state, or to receive reports of proposed capital improvements. All of those duties would fall solely with the department. In addition, the commission would no longer have authority to question the justness or reasonableness of settlements that are entered into by the department and the OCA. And last, the department would have the duty to be required to petition the commission for appropriate relief whenever the department reasonably believes that a public utility is failing to meet or discharge their obligations. And all of that's variously problematic, but that last bit is what I want to focus on. Creating a duty for the Department of Energy to petition the PUC for corrective action will add significant cost and inefficiency to some existing processes where the DOE currently acts informally and independently from the commission to correct action by the utilities. So to give you an example, we are responsible for the enforcement of the Underground Damage Prevention Program, more commonly known as DigSafe. And obviously, utilities do a lot of the work that falls under DigSafe, or their contractors do, and potentially they are responsible for violations there. And they're a significant chunk in the 40% range, I think, and I can get you the numbers on that, but it's a significant chunk. And so if we had to go to the PUC for every utility-related DigSafe violation, that would add several dozen proceedings that we can currently resolve with a process that's laid out in rule, but that is efficient and folks know how to work with it, and we can, levy the appropriate penalties without creating the significant work associated with a PUC proceeding. The several dozen extra proceedings every year alone would represent a significant resource need for the department to have us be able to do a function that we currently are able to do effectively and efficiently. So, I think if this bill were to move forward, there would be some significant needs from the department in order to make sure we were not letting things fall through the cracks. If you want to finish the job, so to speak, of clarifying the responsibilities, it's going to significantly reduce the authority of the PUC. And if you want to do that, we should take some time with it. Part of the reason that the restructuring of the PUC and the creation of the department was able to happen so quickly back in 2021 was because of the guardrails and because of the overlapping jurisdictions and safeguards that we put into place. So if you want to start removing those safeguards and jurisdictional add jurisdictional clarity, you can do that, but we really ought to spend time with it. You ought to bring in folks from, your colleagues at EDNA, legislative leadership, the governor's office, the attorney general's office. There would be a lot that would go into that. And frankly, we're not sure that the problem that this bill is solving is at this point, ripe for the bill we have in front of us. So obviously, if you do intend to move forward with something, the department would be happy to participate and happy to, help the legislature. But as written, we don't think this bill is ready to go. Happy to take questions. Unless, David, you want to add anything? Okay.
So this is a kind of a general concern of the committee, but it's also specific to this bill. If you look on the last page of the reproduced copy of the legislation, there is a fiscal note. And the fiscal note says that the department was contacted on 12/26/24 for a fiscal note worksheet, and that when completed, it will be forwarded to the House Clerk's office. Well, I've seen no sign of this fiscal note, and I have a stack right here of fiscal notes for bills that have been assigned to this committee that all say the same thing. Where is it? Where are these fiscal notes? And in particular, we'd like to understand the financial implications of this bill. So do you have any information that you could supply to us until we receive a fiscal note on this bill?
So we received about 30 requests for fiscal note worksheets during that time period.
It just takes a while to get through all of them, but we've just about done that. We did send a fiscal note worksheet to the LBA for this bill just recently. And our biggest concern is the duty imposed on us to take everything to the PUC. That would require us, we think, to add at least 3 new employees to our staff at a cost of over $400,000 per year. I think in the first year, we're looking at $409,000, and by 2028, $427,000 a year. And that, in my estimation, is actually a low ball in terms of the staff that we would need if we had to take everything to the PUC for adjudication.
Excellent. That's the kind of information we need for bills like this. Representative McGee.
Yeah, I don't know, where are you referring to in this bill that it says that the Department of Energy would have to take everything to the PUC for adjudication? Because I didn't see that as being part of the bill.
So that would be on page 2, lines 5 through 9. Oh, I'm sorry. Page 3, lines 2 through 5. This imposes upon us a duty to petition the commission for appropriate relief, either through, and there are statutes listed, those are fining authorities or authorities to convince the PUC that a matter that we think is important enough should be taken to the Attorney General's office, which we do on our own anyhow, right? But now we would have to go to the PUC and ask them to do it, right? So there are a number of things, where we can see a public utility failing to discharge its obligations. And, I don't want you to leave with the impression that public utilities are awful and they do everything wrong. But, just given the size of our state, the number of customers, it happens, right? What we normally do is we work with the utility to resolve the matter, and we do it relatively informally. Utilities are responsive for the most part, and we're able to resolve that. But here, if we find that they're violating a rule, right, and they violated a rule and failed to discharge their obligations, we have to go to the PUC and ask for them to be fined. That's what that's the meaning of this statement. And
That's
He wasn't
great.
finished explaining. but-
Okay.
no, that's basically it. Yeah.
Okay, follow up, please.
Thank you. So that sounds like that might be a place where, from the sounds of it, everyone could agree that maybe that is a bridge too far and is maybe not going to increase efficiency, right? If it's going to remove something from the DOE that you currently can do in an informal way and it doesn't have to be gummed up with more regulatory. But my question would be, it sounds as though, I mean, we heard testimony that we've gone to a dozen people from about 70 something with this, reorg. It sounds as though the PUC may be understaffed in terms of people that you guys took under your wing at DOE. I mean, Attorney Shulock, you're one of them. So I'm just curious, is there any conversation about adequate staffing for the PUC to be able to conduct the kind of proceedings they're looking to do, so that maybe they wouldn't have to pull up at a settlement or at a point where people are ready to move forward and get it off the books and go on to the next thing? Because it seems to be that might have been the impetus for us to be taking a look at how well it's working.
Sure, and it's a good question. Thank you very much, Representative. And I don't want to speak obviously for the commission and their own staffing needs, because that's something that they should be able to articulate. And obviously, we're in a budget process in the agency. As the governor's putting their things together, they had an opportunity in this budget and previous budgets to bring forward some of those considerations. We certainly have, and every state agency does look at that. Going back to, in my background, to when this was put into effect, I think that does show some of the legislative intent of what was envisioned for the PUC when that was being created. And obviously, the chairman of the PUC at the time, as we know, was involved in those conversations to look at what this new iteration, what this new department and commission are going to look like, and that was where folks landed. And there obviously were some changing of personnel. We had a lot of people come to the DOE who were existing employees. We also added 6 high-level unclassified positions as senior advisors over at the PUC to help give them an opportunity to have experienced attorneys and analysts who can participate in the process. And when you look at sort of the size of the agency, we have somewhere it's in the 80s now, and obviously with full-time temporary positions, part-time employees, it's close to 90 employees at the Department of Energy. Well, that includes a lot of folks who are implementing programs, who are our consumer services folks, who are working in our business office, who are going out and doing pipeline safety inspections and things like that. So when you talk about what the regulatory, frontline workers are, I think as Mr. Spidel or Attorney Spidel alluded to, we don't have a significantly more large group. We have less than 20 folks in our utility analysts in our regulatory support division. We have a handful of attorneys. So obviously there's a lot of work to go around. I think part of the staffing that was envisioned at the time was that the PUC is going to have a reduced role from what they had prior to the split in 2021. I hope that answers your question, David. I don't know if you want to add anything.
I thought you just had one, no? Yeah, I think you did. So we've been told by the Finance Committee, the House Finance Committee, that we should not bring them any bills that require the expenditure of funds without an appropriation. And this bill appears to fall into that category. As someone who has to deal with their agency budget, do you see that as a significant problem to this bill going forward?
That's a good question. It obviously doesn't have a general fund appropriation, but the employees that we'd be envisioning, there are a combination of assessment funds, in which case that would have to be accounted for in the utility assessment. Specifically with the DigSafe program, which is where I had a lot of concerns in terms of having to staff up. Those are federal funds. And obviously, even prior to the change in administration, I would have to go back and see if we were going to be able to get the necessary federal funds to match whatever we would need to do to ramp up our underground damage prevention staff. And obviously, there's a lot of questions now related to where federal funding is going to go. And so I could not tell you that we would have the funding available on the federal side to do what we needed to do.
Okay. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry? Sorry. So this is in regards to what you pointed out on page 3, the highlighted section. And your concern is that you would have to go, if this passed, you would have to go directly to the PUC for any cases or matters that would come to the DOE. Can you give me an idea of how many cases or matters we're talking about on a yearly basis?
I think it's ranged from 40 to 70 in recent years, just on the DigSafe program alone, for utility-related DigSafe violations.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And so you testified that we need 3 or 4 additional staff members to handle 40 to 70 matters a year. Is that correct?
Yeah. So in that case, we would likely need to ramp up our actual inspection staff, the folks going out to do the DigSafe inspections, because those folks would need to be able to, ramp up their own individual time where they would be having to go and take about 40% of their violations through this adjudicated process. Our attorney workload is already pretty strained, so that would probably necessitate another attorney.
I just want to say it's not just DigSafe. That's just an example. So, We prosecute approximately 140 DigSafe violations a year. About half of those are directly with utilities. Plus, we have pipeline safety violations, which are different from DigSafe. That's enforcement of a federal pipeline program. And then we have thousands and thousands and thousands of consumer contacts with consumers complaining that a utility has violated a rule, they've mischarged on their bill, they're not charging fairly, all of which would be failure to perform obligations under the title and would have to be brought to the Public Utilities Commission rather than informally resolved as we currently do.
And just to add to that, obviously staff were going to be going to the PUC to be sworn in to testify in that setting. That is a skill set that demands a higher, level of experience and expertise.
Okay, additional questions. Representative McGee has another.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. So I think when the consumer advocate spoke on this bill, he mentioned that it was sort of it was a starting point to get the conversation going to let us become more aware of what the problems might be. If the bolded language on page 3 between lines 2 and 5 was removed, then would that also negate the need for the fiscal note? Because that's the only part of the bill where it appears there would be personnel involved, correct?
We'd have to go back and focus on the other duties. So one of the things that would happen when you took supervisory authority away from the commission and allowed them only to adjudicate contested cases, right, would be that we would be supervising the attorneys as the utilities at the department, and agencies supervised by rule. Now, when the reorganization first took place, we were confronted with the task of taking the Public Utility Commission's rules and dividing those sets into rules for each of the agencies. We're only about 3/4 of the way through that, 3.5 years in, right? In addition to that, we would have to create rule sets for things that are currently handled in commission investigations and other types of dockets, including adjudications where things are handled by settlement. And probably could no longer be handled that way. So there would be quite a bit of work, right? Which in the original reorganization was planned to happen afterwards. Here we have the opportunity to give it some forethought, and that would be our recommendation.
Follow-up.
The logical follow-up would just be how you said you're 3/4 of the way through. So when do you anticipate that you would have that information?
We expect to be through separating the rule sets, I think in the fall of 2026 is the current timeline.
Representative Cloget has a question.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Holmes. I have a question after I mentioned 3 notes that I'm going to paraphrase from. Early testimony with the consumer advocate in the PUC. I got a note here that the Department of Energy and the PUC needed guidance. Excuse me. And then yourself mentioned that there's overlapping from the previous legislation between the DOE and the PUC, which still allowed you to function even with the internal issues. The question now is, does the DOE benefit from the legislative asking to look into this again to see if you need more guidance?
That's a good question. It's a very good question. Thank you, Representative. I think from our perspective, we view our role as the executive branch agency to respond to what the legislature wants. Right. So if you are hearing from folks, if you feel like things need to be clarified, then that's something we would be prepared to help you do. We don't see it as our role as the Department of Energy, as the administrative state, to tell you what things should be like. We see it as your role to tell us what the problem is and we help you fix it. So that's kind of how I view it. I hope that's answers your question. If you want to do something, we're here to help you, but we don't want to tell you this is what must happen because we know better than you.
Follow up?
Thank you. And to the chair, yes, I anticipated your answer. I just wanted to get on record that I saw a need of something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. And so from your testimony, it sounds like, it cuts both ways. Like this bill could bring up as many problems as it causes. And the system that is in place now has sort of built-in redundancies, which also cut both ways. That could be good or bad. And you mentioned that you are working it out, that it's evolving and it's getting better. But we have some serious concerns that have been raised here. And so I want some more clarification, if I could, from you as to, could you give us an example using the net metering docket for instance, could you give us an example of how that will be improved upon so that we don't have the same issues arising in the future?
I apologize. What was the issue with the net metering docket?
I mean, it was raised in previous testimony here that was an example that where the parties had come to an agreement, had come before the PUC, and then the PUC, sort of scuttled it and said, we're going to.
Well, I appreciate that, Representative. In the net metering docket, my understanding was that there were essentially three proposals. One that was a settlement by many of the parties, one from Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire, and then another from the Department of Energy. And the Department of Energy differed on the issue of a legacy period related to net metering from the settlement agreement. And the PUC more or less adopted the Department of Energy's position. So we didn't have an issue there with the result of that one.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we want to thank you both for being here. And since I have no more pink cards, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 535-FN. And very shortly, we will begin a public hearing on HB 450 relative to commercial property assessed clean energy and resiliency, otherwise known as C-SPACER. In order to, or C-PACER, sorry. So in order to get that public hearing rolling, we need to have a short break here because I have been asked to introduce this bill by the Speaker of the House, who is its prime sponsor. So please bear with me while I get my stuff together here and turn over the gavel to Vice Chair Thomas.
Okay, we are ready to proceed with HB 450. I open the public hearing for HB 450 relative to commercial property assessed clean energy and resiliency, otherwise known as CPACER. We have the in place of Speaker Packard, we have Representative Chairman Michael Vose to introduce the bill. The floor is yours, Representative.
Thank you, Vice Chair Thomas. And good afternoon again to the members of the committee. For the record, Representative Michael Vose, representing the Speaker Sherman Packard, and Rockingham District 5. I'm here to introduce House Bill 450, relative to commercial property assessed clean energy and resiliency, otherwise known as CPACER. You will note, if you look at the first page of the bill, the sponsor list includes Representative Simpson, and that makes this a bipartisan submission. Representative Simpson, of course, is the minority leader in the House. This is the third time that, or at least the third time since I've been involved with the legislature, that this legislation has come before the House. We've passed two previous versions of this program, which is a program that's modeled after legislation that was developed elsewhere in the country to enable the creation of clean industry districts within municipalities to assist with the process of getting buildings upgraded, commercial property upgraded for energy efficiency. The two previous attempts to pass this legislation, while the passage of the legislation was successful, the legislation itself did not work in practice the way it was expected to when it passed the legislature. So this is a new attempt to get the CPACER legislation to work. And we've got a couple of folks here who are much more knowledgeable about this program than I am, much more up to date on the latest provisions within this legislation that will hopefully make it work. So I'm going to defer to them to explain to you exactly how the changes to this legislation will make it finally work and do the job that we want it to do here in New Hampshire, which is to enable commercial buildings to be upgraded for energy efficiency in a way that is affordable to those building owners. I'll be happy to take questions if you want, but I'm probably going to defer most of them to other folks.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any questions for the representative that he can defer to the people behind him? Okay. Seeing no questions for the representative, thank you, Representative Vose. And I will announce the next speaker will be Mr. James Key-Wallace from the New Hampshire Business Finance Authority.
There we go. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm James Key-Wallace. I'm the Executive Director of the state's Business Finance Authority. Thank you for having me today, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for introducing the bill. So what I'd like to do is just say a few things about CPACE and why this latest iteration of CPACE came to the BFA, and then maybe just walk through what's in the proposal, and I'm happy to, of course, answer any questions. So the BFA has not been involved in any of the previous attempts for CPACE. They've all been very honorable and I think semi-successful attempts, and yet haven't really resulted in any actual lending in the state. So we were approached by both folks who make CPACE loans, which, by the way, are all private capital lenders, and project owners, which, by the way, are also all private project owners. So this is private capital for private projects. This is a voluntary program. This does not impose any obligations on anyone to meet any particular standards. The municipalities opt in if they want to. So this is fully voluntary. It doesn't cost the state or towns or anyone anything. So they approached us and said, BFA, you know lending and you know how to administer programs. So can you take a look at the existing state statute, make some recommendations, and turn it into a potential bill? And that's what we did. So the process that we went through was to evaluate the 20 plus 25 other active CPACE programs around the country. We didn't get them all. We just went and looked at what we thought were the good ones, demonstrated by a high volume of lending, said, well, what are you doing that we're not doing? Some of them are doing a good job. Some we think New Hampshire could do a little better. I won't name names, but so we took some best practices and we went to the different stakeholder groups, such as the Municipal Association, the Bankers Association, project developers, just the folks affected by the bill, right? And said, how does this not work for you? Where are the sticking points? Developed this proposed statutory change. So what we found were a few kind of key things. The existing statute had a number of seemingly minor, but actually major technical problems. And I'll give you just for, one example of the many, and I can give you as many as you like. The existing CPACE statute says any CPACE lender needs to file a mortgage on the property which they're financing. And I can give you a quick CPACE primer in a moment, actually, if that would be helpful. But one of the things that's unique about CPACE is it's in fact not a mortgage. And so you had this statutory requirement right in plain language that immediately kind of prevented any CPACE loan from going forward. So you take that and you put that several times, different things throughout the legislation, and you've got the inability to actually make loans. The second big thing was CPACE is a program where the municipalities are involved in some of the billing and administration of the program, but it didn't provide municipalities with any support, any guidance. Every municipality had to run their own program, which would be expensive, hard to do. And towns, especially some of our smaller communities, said, well, this is burdensome. We just literally don't know how to do this and we can't do it. So it introduces the BFA, which is what other states do, as a central administrator, which really is like a clerk of the works, right? Form documents, answer questions, guide people through the process, just help run checklists, honestly. Nothing particularly complex, but it's what you need to run a program. So technical changes, central administrator role, those are the two things. I'm happy to answer questions, and I'm happy to kind of do a CPACE 101 if that would be helpful for the committee. Thank you.
Okay, before we turn to questions, I want to point out something that I probably should have said when I was introducing the bill that's relevant to this process. The Senate has already passed this bill. Their version of the bill had one line in it that this bill does not have. And according to the Speaker's office, that is the preferred version of the bill. The Senate, the full Senate, is going to pass that bill either this Thursday or next Thursday. I'm not entirely sure exactly when they're meeting, but they're going to pass it within the next 2 weeks. And the Speaker's office is going to fast track that version of the bill through the House, which means he's going to assign it to this committee. So we're going to get this bill from the Senate, and it'll be virtually identical to the one we're looking at right here, except there will be one additional line added to it. And at that time, it is hoped by the Speaker's office that we will pass the Senate version of the bill. And if we do that, then the bill can be enrolled and sent to the governor so that it can take effect in the very near future so that the program can be administered statewide. So, given that reality, I wanted you to understand that reality as you tried to form your questions for the gentleman who will be speaking here this morning or this afternoon. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I realize you introduced the bills, so there might be some conflict with you answering questions, but can you let us know what that one line is and what it says?
When I find out what it is, I will be happy to let you know.
Thank you.
I don't know off the top of my head. Maybe Mr. Sam Evans Brown knows. No.
I know, Mr. Chairman. If
Oh, you
that
do?
would be helpful.
Well,
Yeah,
here we
sure.
go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So there are two, what I would consider two changes. Let me pull it out so I can actually give you the exact reference. One I would call a typo, and one I would call a clarification. So on the top of page 5, at the end of sentence 1 and the beginning of sentence 2, you'll see the word owners with no apostrophe crossed out and the word owners with an apostrophe added. So that is incorrect. And it actually matters because it's speaking to what the Senate bill says is it's on line 1, enter into agreements with owners of eligible property of which the owners have consented, right? Because there's often multiple. So I consider that it's a typo, right? Actually, no apostrophe. And so the language in the Senate says in which the owners have consented, right? So that's like okay, right? So the more, I think, interesting one and is on page 6, starting on line 24. And this is what I would call a clarification. So this clarifies, okay, so let me back up. So the way this program runs is businesses or housing development apply for CPACE, right? And part of what gets supplied as an application for a loan are confidential business financial statements, personal financial statements, all type of sensitive information that if you look at the BFA's existing exemptions under 91A are exempt from disclosure because no one's going to apply if they think, your business's financial statements are now available to your competitors. So the House version on that paragraph beginning on line 24, page 6, labels that information as confidential information. The Senate version does the same, but also specifically references the exemption clause in 91A for the removal of any doubt as to the confidentiality of that information. So those are the two things. Other than that, the two bills are identical.
Okay, great. Does anybody have any questions? Representative Reynolds.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here today. Could you, this might be an entree or an opening for you to give that CPACE 101 if you want, but I was just wondering if you could offer for everyone on the committee's illumination the rationale for this whole concept of a special assessment for financing energy efficiency improvements to buildings. Why is this thing necessary, and why have we been trying for several years to get it enacted here in New Hampshire?
Happy to, Representative. Right? Where's the beef, right? Like, what's this all about?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So CPACE is commercial property assessed clean energy, although it's a little broader than that. But what CPACE is it's a lending program where a private lender, a bank, or CPACE specialized lender, they're all over the country, can say, okay, Representative, you are fixing the drafty windows in your building because it's going to save you money and blah, 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 right? Correct. Yeah. So commercial could be an apartment building. So it's any kind of commercial, industrial, or multifamily residential, 5 units or more is considered commercial under New Hampshire law, right? So, so you want to do that. So one option is you get the loan, right? We make you the loan, pretend I'm the bank, I make you the loan. You write your monthly check like you pay any loan. That can be fine. There are certain times where the payback period of the energy investment, maybe it's an 11-year payback, it makes sense to do, but the time in which the loan needs to get repaid is longer than what a normal loan. They might say, well, let's look at your collateral, let's look at this. I can only offer you a loan that you pay back over 5 years, but it kind of takes 11 years to, but stretch that loan out so the payments match the savings. That's pretty common in, efficiency investments in a building, right? They're long-term a lot of the time. So what CPACE allows a lender to do is, instead of getting paid back via their monthly check you write, you are actually paid back as the lender via your payments you make on your property tax bill for the property. So it's not in lieu of your other property taxes. The town still gets paid everything they get paid, but you get a new line item on your tax bill that's equal to the payments. And that does some pretty interesting things if you're a lender. One is it increases the security position of that loan, because if the building is sold or you go out of business or you foreclose or whatever, things go wrong, whoever comes into that building and buys it after you gets that same line item. So as long as someone's in the building and they're paying their taxes, that lender's CPACE loan is eventually going to get paid. I mean, they're only going to, they sign up for that when they buy it, right? So it's full consent and awareness. This is an informed kind of private market transaction, but it helps the CPACE folks know, I'll get paid one day. And that lets them have more patience in how long they get paid, so they can match up the savings of the project to the monthly payments. And there's sort of this niche window of projects that will apply to. People are excited about this. Developers are excited, lenders. I'm a little more measured in what I think it will do. I think this is just one tool in the toolbox. I think it's helpful. We'll definitely see projects. It's not a light the world on fire silver bullet, but it's helpful when it's helpful.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the world of building renovations and energy efficiency upgrades, windows and things like furnaces are high efficiency furnaces are good examples of things where the efficiency upgrade has a long payback, and owners, which is to say landlords, owners of buildings who have all their paying tenants, are often reluctant to make those investments, right? So is this tool also intended to facilitate or, reduce the risk for owners of buildings or it's to say incentivize them to make those kinds of efficiency upgrades that they might not otherwise make because they have such a long payback, and if they sell the building, they're not going to get that return necessarily, but now the loan goes with the building as opposed to being with the owner.
Yes, Representative. I don't think I could have said it better. That's exactly what happens. People say, boy, I'd love to do this, but I don't know if I'll own this building for 15 years, right? Now they can do it. The savings are generated. Everyone benefits. And they don't have to own the building for 15 years, and the project can still go forward.
And their tenants, though, continue to benefit from.
Absolutely. That's
Thank
exactly
you.
right. Yes, thank you.
Representative Vice Chair Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Just a curiosity question. Does this program, would commercial owners be eligible for this program even if they took advantage of other efficiency programs like New Hampshire Saves or things like that?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Great question. The answer is yes. This is a private lending program that if you as a private property owner can convince a lender you're a good credit risk and the nature of the improvement fits within the definition of CPACER, which is, energy focused but flexible, then sure. Yeah, it doesn't have any kind of, you can only do this on Thursdays but not Fridays and that kind of stuff.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a question on what you have just explained. You talked about the line item on the property taxes. Is there a percentage cap for that? Or can it be, how is that established and what is the maximum amount that one is allowed to borrow?
Great question. So that would be set really by two simultaneous parties, right? One would be whoever is deciding to lend the money to the project. They have to decide this project can support it, right? And they look at the cash flow and they make a decision on, is this a credit-worthy situation? The other equally important party is any existing mortgage holder. So, most properties you finance to build to begin with. And one of the important elements of this bill is that it requires the consent of any existing, say, bank who has a mortgage holder. That way, they've made a loan and already just to build the place, right? And they don't want it turned upside down. So they have the ability to consent to the additional indebtedness.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay, Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for explaining this. I read this a few days ago, and it just has completely gone out of my head. So, how is the municipality involved other than being the one that is doing the property tax and presumably taking the money and then bringing it over to the lender? What does the municipality have to do?
So under current law, they have to do that, as well as develop all the loan documents, vet the contractors, administer the program, vet the lenders. It's just kind of something you need a fairly large apparatus to do. Under the new proposal, they are responsible, if they so choose, for the billing that you mentioned, right? They just, on their property tax bill, they do have to record the mortgage and there's not a mortgage, sorry, the assessment gets recorded. It's a recorded instrument of record. But the municipality has the option, if they want to do it themselves, because it doesn't take anything away from them, but they have the option to delegate that to a third party, which is how almost every town that does CPACE anywhere in the country does it. And the most common example of how that works is actually the same thing when you pay your personal mortgage, right? You have your property taxes that are owed to the town. You don't usually cut two checks, one to your lender, one to the town. You pay your bank, there's an escrow, and then that escrow account is periodically released to the towns and, to your insurance company and stuff like that. So that's typically actually how this is done.
Follow up?
And I think I recall reading something about districts. So are there districts carved out for this? How does that work?
Yeah, great question. So in order for a project to be eligible for CPACE, because this is it's technically a municipal lien, even though it's a special kind of lien, the town has to create a district in which those liens can be placed. So the town or city needs to opt in to the program and draw a circle in their borders and say, this is where CPACE can happen. Most municipalities and states that run these programs adopt it as a blanket corner-to-corner rule. There's not a particular reason why you'd say only over here and not over there, because there's not a lot of downside to them adopting it. Yes, sir.
Vice Chair Thomas has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll use up my follow-on question to just, again, curiosity. So the town adopts the program. Is this by way of just their selectmen or town council voting on it, or is this something that has to be brought before the town people in the form of a warrant?
That's a great question. I think it actually depends on the town's setup, right? I think some towns have aldermen or cities, and they're empowered to do certain votes. Some have to go to town meeting. Some are, I forget the term. I think the municipal associations here is probably saying, this is an easy question, but I actually don't know it. Some have like selectmen and hybrid. So I think whatever the town has to do to create taxing districts according to the way the town is set up, they have to do. And that's probably not a great answer. But.
Representative Schneller has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
My original question was going to be, why is there such legislative firepower attached to this particular piece of legislation? Just looking at this, and then after you've explained it, it's very clear. This is very innovative. So my next question, only marginally germane, is what if the property is refinanced? How does that flow through the tax bill, really, ultimately?
Great question. I think there might be a 1 and a 1A there. So I think the firepower is because of the recognition that there are a lot of potential new housing developments that can be unlocked with this, in addition to commercial, and that's one of the topics of the day, and for good reason. The refinance question, it depends on which debt is being refinanced. So you're going to have, assumedly, a bank loan, conventional bank loan secured by a mortgage. And then you have this C-PACE loan underneath with the tax assessment structure. If it's the bank loan that's being refinanced, nothing changes for the C-PACE loan, right? It's just, it keeps on ticking the way that it is. If it's a new C-PACE loan, then how it works is the old C-PACE loan is, if it's refinanced, is paid. The recorded instrument is released. You get a loan payoff statement, just like you do with any other loan. And then a new one is added. And so one comes off, one comes on. It's really not that different than a normal loan in that regard. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Now, please tell me if I understand this correctly. The property tax financing is on top of whatever additional property tax. It will not affect the property tax revenue of any given municipality. However, at the end, when the conclusion of the program, any improvements are taxable.
Yes, great question. So what's one of the reasons that you usually see markets warm up to C-PACE after kind of there was some trepidation, and what the markets have determined over time is these improvements improve values, right? So debts are finally reduced, but now you have a better property, and if an owner, I guess no one likes to pay more taxes, but maybe they do, I don't know. But, if the value's up and the town assesses you higher as a result, all things being equal, you'll be paying more property taxes. That's what happens, I guess, when you improve your property. So I'm told.
Price of civilization, I guess. May I ask a
Follow-up? Go ahead.
Yes. Not actually a follow-up. Could I ask you if the name of the Honorable Manjaputti is familiar? Was she on the original drafting of this? What's already in law?
She was on the version, she may have been on both versions that I've seen come through this house, actually, now that I think of it. Yes.
Thank you. I was thinking.
Okay, any additional questions? All right, seeing none, fantastic job, and it's great to see you again here in the
Thank you,
house.
Mr. Chairman. It's a pleasure.
Now, I asked Sam Evans Brown if he would be willing to talk about this bill, because as a former journalist, nobody can do summaries better than Sam. Plus, he offers insights, penetrating insights, unlike virtually anybody who comes before this committee.
Too kind, Chairman.
But if you feel uncomfortable at all because Mr. Key Wallace may have stolen all your thunder, you don't have to. But if you'd like to, we'd love to hear from you.
I'm already sitting in the chair. I'll be very brief.
So Sam Evans Brown, for the record, Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. I'll share the same story that I shared in the Senate, which is that as a journalist, I remember the founder of my organization, Laura Richardson, who at that time was working for the Jordan Institute and who was intimately involved with the passage of the 2010 CPACE statute that never took hold. I remember she was making the rounds of communities trying to convince them to create CPACE districts and get this program off the ground. And at that time couldn't get anyone to take her up on it precisely because of the flaws in the bill that Mr. Key Wallace just outlined. And I remember Ms. Richardson sort of pleading with me to not do a story because she didn't want to spook any of the towns that she was trying to engage with. And so I think I actually never did the story at the time. So this goes all the way back to the very beginning of my career as a Cub reporter as following this. So I'm very pleased that it's passing, or it seems on track to pass with the bipartisan support that it has. My where's the beef response to the CPACE legislation is that energy efficiency, as I think this committee has heard somewhat ad nauseum, suffers from a number of market failures. I think it's easiest to identify in the residential sector, where you have improvements that have high upfront costs and long payback periods. And so many energy efficiency improvements do pay for themselves, particularly, and there's many that have a 10-year payback period. The average homeowner in the United States only lives in their home for 8 years. And so it's very difficult to get people to make that investment in their property when they're not certain about their future. They're not certain if they're going to recoup that investment. And so all of society suffers as a result with less efficient housing stock. For a number of reasons, it's not considered best practice to do PACE as a residential product. There have been abuses with PACE loans in the residential sector in the past. And so New Hampshire gets to draft off of the states that have made those mistakes and not introduce this as a residential loan product, and instead limit it to the commercial sector, where the builders, the lenders, the buyers and sellers of these properties are sophisticated enough to not make the same kind of mistakes that your average homeowner might make. And I would say, generally speaking, one of the key challenges of the clean energy transition that my organization is so fond of talking about is that many of the investments that we're hoping society is going to make do pay for themselves, but it's over a very long window. And so you're swapping the cost of fuel for the cost of finance, and figuring out ways to leverage low cost private finance is an essential tool for how we make more of these types of interventions cost effective. And so in this regard, reducing the risk that a lender might not get paid back for an energy efficiency loan allows them to lower the interest rate that they're willing to offer the loan product for, and it brings in more private finance to do energy efficiency, which ultimately is what we need. I mean, there's not enough government money in the world to upgrade the entire building stock of the United States. We need private lenders to do this. So really great bill. Happy to take questions, but as I said to Chairman Vose, James Key Wallace really is the lending expert here.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question, nevertheless.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. You're probably not going to like this question, but there you go. As someone who lives and breathes energy, I'm going to put you on the spot because you're very familiar with this bill. This is the third time we've worked on it. When we replace things, and there's a lot of replacing in this bill, there's a lot of strikeouts. Often there are unintended consequences. Do you see any potential unintended consequences of this bill, or any red flags at all?
I don't. It actually would have been great to have the Bankers Association here to take that specific question. I know that they've had input on this bill. I mean, the language that's being struck is language that has not resulted in a single loan being originated. So I struggle to see what consequence we might have on a program that has never been launched.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Since I introduced the bill, I'm not allowed to ask a question, but I'm going to make a statement, and you can disagree with it if you want. This bill, I think the intention of this bill is to improve the affordable housing situation.
So Representative Schneller asked a question of Mr. James Key Wallace before, which was why is there so much political firepower behind this bill? My understanding is that there are a number of housing developers that are looking at how can they get additional capital into their project? How can they bring in new types of lending into their capital stack that will help them get their project done? And without C-PACE lending, they don't think that they will have the capital to do their projects.
Representative Mattson has a question.
So if it starts out with Builders Association or whatever, doing a group, it's commercial, but if they sell a home to a person, it becomes residential. Does it still follow?
Well, so this program is limited at 5 properties that are 5 units or more. So if it were to be sold to a person, it would be a landlord who's making an investment into a 5-unit or more property. Certainly, it's the case that there are some landlords. Speaking as someone who's a landlord myself, there are some landlords who are just regular folks and are maybe not that sophisticated and might have trouble understanding the CPACE program. But I will say, I did a bit of a deep dive into how the original the original PACE residential PACE programs, the abuses that happened there. What the key problem was that there were contractors that were selling improvements to homeowners, and the energy savings of those improvements were not being verified by anybody. And so the homeowners never saw savings associated with those improvements, and then had an additional costly lien put on their property, which then made it more difficult for them to sell their home. And I think that safeguards are in place with this program, where their verification and measurement is required as part of the issuance of a CPACE loan. So again, we're sort of drafting on the best practices of other communities. So I don't know if that was your question, but yeah. Okay.
Yes, follow up.
So if a developer builds 20 homes, he doesn't want to keep the 20 homes. He wants everybody to buy one. So when the person buys a home from the developer,
Right.
doesn't that follow with it?
So my understanding is that those 20 homes, if you're doing a standard 20 single homes, they wouldn't be eligible under this program. It'd have to be a multi-family unit with 5 units in one building. Right, a minimum of 5, correct.
Okay, seeing no additional questions, I want to thank you, Sam Evans-Brown, for sharing your expertise with us and your insights. And with that, since I have no more pink cards, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 450. And that, for the most part, concludes our business for the day. There is one other matter, however, that I want to share with all of you, and that is that I have received fiscal notes for 6 bills. They, for all practical purposes, say nothing. For example, on 654 FN, the fiscal note says, the Office of Legislative Budget Assistance states this bill has no fiscal impact on state, county, or local expenditures or revenue. And most of the rest of these fiscal notes basically say the same thing. However, you may, since we haven't heard some of these bills, you may want to attach that fiscal note to the bill so that when it does come before us, you'll have that information. There is a fiscal note on one bill that we have already heard, I believe. Yes. So on House Bill 526, we already heard that bill and actually had an exec session on it, but there is a fiscal note here finally for it. So you're welcome to it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this stack of fiscal notes over there on the desk, and if you want to grab one on your way out, feel free to take a copy of each one, or a copy of the ones you care about, or none. I'll leave that up to you. Representative Partial.
Thank you. Can you tell me if the PDFs online have been updated with the fiscal notes? Are you aware?
I am not aware.
Thank you.
Probably, but I'm not aware.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Corman.
Thank you. For the bills where the fiscal note says that there's no fiscal impact, does that mean that if these bills actually do pass the House, they don't have to go to a second committee?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we've done a lot of hard work this week. I want to thank you all for 2 days of your attention and your diligence and your thoughtfulness. I think we accomplished a lot this week, and we'll do it all over again next week. We'll be hearing 10 bills next week. We'll be hearing 5 bills the week after that, I believe. No, actually, we'll be hearing 10 bills next week, 10 bills the following week, and then 5 bills the third week, and we'll only be here one day that week because the Monday of that week is President's Day. Then we'll take the following week off, which is the last week of February. That's school vacation week. And the House tries to discourage activity during that week. And then we'll be back the first week of March to finish our public hearings. And then we will use the second and third weeks of March to have executive sessions on any bills that we don't hear between now and then. So that's the schedule going forward. Representative McGee.
Thank you. I was just wondering about the 6th and whether the 6 bills that we've already exec'd are going to be heard. Should we be preparing over the weekend for testimony on any of these?
Excellent question. Yes. All of the bills that we've heard that we've exec'd so far will be in the calendar this week for next Thursday's House session. So if there are any floor debates that you anticipate, you should begin to prepare for those floor debates. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Yes, I'm just verifying. Don't you have a birthday during that week that we're not meeting?
Yes, I do have a birthday that week and we'll be traveling.
Well, happy birthday in advance.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Where's the cake?
Senator Shaheen and I were born just 28, 29 days apart in 1947. Anything else? All right. Have a great rest of the week and a great weekend. We'll see you next week. Take care.